I know the fact that you've been an active commentator for many years, but what's pushed you to make the switch to coaching specifically?
It was kind of an opportunity I couldn't really turn down. I've been an admirer of these players for so many years, and they have found the transition into Halo Infinite kind of difficult. They've found themselves needing a bit of a fifth voice, and I kind of fell into it really because Jimbo approached me after a couple of bad results online, and these guys wanted to try and reshape things and how they were working. And yeah, it just went from there, really. I guess lack of opportunity to commentate Halo events led me to this point, but I'm so glad that Jimbo and the team approached me because we've been going from strength to strength, I think, ever since I teamed up with them, and the improvement has been awesome. So I've been loving it so far.
That's amazing. I'm so glad to hear that. Well,
Yeah, me
Navi's a
too.
huge organization, um, and I was wondering what it's like competing under that banner as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure that comes with the Navi name. I remember first encountering them through CSGO all the way back in 2014. I think the first time I saw the Navi CSGO team play, and they were just absolutely out of this world at that point. So good in other FPS titles, and then fast forward, 8 years later, here I am under the same organization.
Here we are.
Yeah, it can be a little bit daunting at times, but the guys have taken it in their stride. Obviously, we had a great placement in Rally. I wasn't with the team at that point. I've only joined recently, but the online stuff, we've hit a few road bumps, but we look to make all the Navi fans proud every single time that we play.
Yeah, Navi seems to have a mixed bag of placements since January, but seems to be a lot more consistent during the series. What's the reason behind that shaky start, and can you tell us what's changed?
Yeah, I think the mentality switch in the recent weeks, I think, has probably led to more consistent results. The main reasoning, the way that I see things, is that online Halo can be so fickle at times.
Yeah.
The guys have LAN accolades that kind of speak for themselves. They're definitely, in my mind, LAN players. It's just a shame that the majority of the season, due to COVID and various factors, is played online. But the main switch up with the more consistent results is just a change in mentality. The guys are practicing a lot more. We've flipped our approach on some maps as well with how we want to handle things, and it's been met with positive results from the guys. So yeah, I'd say mainly a switch in mindset has helped us to achieve some more results.
That's awesome. I completely agree with that. Ascend, for example, Ascend seems to be a lot more loose in the way that they approach Halo, a lot more individualistic, while your team is a lot more coherent, relies on structure, like a team structure. Do you think that's one of the key factors to your potential success in this tournament?
Yeah, I think everyone at this moment in time is trying to crack the code of Ascend. The way we see things, there are definitely weaknesses in their game plan, but at this current moment in time, we're still figuring out how to exploit those weaknesses. Our structure certainly is becoming more and more loose as practice goes on, as we're kind of figuring out and transitioning into Halo Infinite that maybe this old school style of setups and this and that and being more rigid isn't maybe the way that Halo Infinite needs to be played. And the more that we kind of switch that up, the more we're hoping to chase down Ascend. We're not trying to beat them at their own game. We're just trying to figure out how to do that.
That's super cool. You just live and learn.
Yeah,
it's just
exactly.
a matter of time. Well, with what you can disclose, obviously, what actions do you personally plan to implement for Navi to topple not only Ascend, but break out of the top 6 barrier in North America?
Yeah, that's the goal. That is the goal.
It is the goal.
Big key right now in my mind is to keep the guys in the top 8 in North America, and the way that we're doing that already is looking at the spawn areas in the map, making sure that the guys, their main issue is transitioning into Halo Infinite is now like 10-second respawns in some objective game modes, which some of the guys are struggling with their internal clocks to figure out the timing on some rotations and what they can get away with, where they can't push, where they can push. So mainly we've been drilling that, making sure that they can get in their heads that, okay, well, this player's off the map for 10 whole seconds. What can we do with that 10 seconds? Where can we take on the map? Where should we push? Where should we back off? And then in 10 seconds time, where are they going to appear again? Where can we put them back on that 10-second respawn? So that's the main thing we've been drilling up to this event, and of course up to the EU Super in a couple of weeks.
Awesome. That seems really, really helpful. Well, for this event, are there any teams that you really, really wouldn't want to face in this tournament?
I think Quadrant right now, obviously they won the qualifier. They are looking very, very strong online. I don't think that's a team that we would want to face at this moment in time. Obviously, Ascend haven't lost online with their full roster in a good chunk of time. We're talking over a year now, so maybe Ascend would be in that category as well. I think anyone other than those teams we're not counting out, but we're definitely looking past. I think Quadrant and Ascend are our two main rivals.
I know that you guys spoke on how the online era of gaming now with COVID has affected your mindsets, but are there any specific difficulties that Navi's faced with the online era, or has it been kind of just smooth sailing some parts and hard bumps the other?
Definitely some bumps, more bumps than smooth sailing, I would say. But smooth seas don't make skilled sailors, so we're trying to roll through some of the rough patches. We've definitely not had the internet resources, shall we say, that maybe other teams have benefited from. So we've had a few of our players at times. Respectful's internet is absolutely woeful. I think some people have seen videos of 2Foxy's gameplay regularly. He's just glitching around the map. The game doesn't even look like a game, you know, that everyone else is playing at the same time. So yeah, he looks like he's in a completely different server to everyone else. So yeah, it's been a struggle, but I think it will help the guys' mentality when they get back to the LAN events, where the game is obviously as smooth as you like, that they will have weathered those storms and come through with some good results.
It's all life experience. Everything helps us get better. Well, to wrap this up, I was going to ask, what's your favorite bird?
My favorite bird? It's a good question. Am I allowed to say blue tit? Will that be censored? Blue tit? Yeah, I think I like a nice blue tit. I think it's a good bird.
Well, you got a really supportive organization behind you. So how does that foundation help you excel as a team?
Well, it's a stable foundation. You know, this is all you can ask for. There's been a lot of times when you're on orgs and you know they don't really care, which makes you not really care, and then you know it's good. It lets us do whatever we want. You know, we got the freedom to do anything essentially.
My next question is regarding your opinion on Halo Infinite compared to previous Halo titles. I was wondering what your opinion is in terms of skill set. Some may say that there's slightly less rigidity and a lot more agility and movement involved in this game specifically. What's your take on
that? Well, coming off Halo 5, it's probably not got as good movement or, you know, skill shot-wise either. But I mean, the super side's fun, and and the thing with obviously Halo 5, it took about 2 years to get decent from a pro player point of view. So you know, give it some time. I'm sure they'll get the settings right. Obviously, there's a lot of things that people don't really agree with in game, but that will all get shushed out with Forge, you know. So.
Well, you have that experience, you have that support, you have that foundation. It'll all work out. I was going to ask, when speaking to Wonder Boy, he said that he's not looking forward, actually, to going up against Quadrant and Ascend, but didn't mention anything about Blackhand. But you are in their group. Do you have any words for Navi?
They're all good friends, you know. They're all good friends of mine, all good friends of ours. I mean, we're not going into that looking at second, so take from that what you will, I suppose.
Fair enough. My last question for you is a bit of a fun one. We know that many people would consider you their favorite pro Halo player, but who is your favorite pro and why?
My favorite pro?
Yeah.
I don't know. Jim. Yeah, I'll say Jim because, I mean, Jim just does it all, doesn't he? He's got it all, can do it all, and he's a geezer as well, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I'll say Jim.
That's an excellent answer. Well, I've had such a fun time having you on today. Your answers are fantastic, and I really, really appreciate you coming on. Thanks again so much.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Morga from the Lads. How are you doing today, Morga?
Good, good. I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you for having
That's
me, guys.
fantastic. We'd love to hear that. Well, welcome, first of all. And I have to start off with a question that is in the lead up to the event. The Lads have been making strides in global Halo. What's the future looking like, in your opinion?
It's looking good. As in, you're asking for the team, right? As in how our team is doing, or more the game? Well, the team is
everything.
The team is doing great. So we've been practicing pretty much every single day, and putting a lot of work in to try to reach the top, and beat Ascend basically off that #1 spot. The competition right now is very, very even and very competitive. So yeah, it's going well.
Well, you guys seem to be great pals. Does that dynamic better help you compete as a team, do you think?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, me and Rob been teaming for quite some time, and we know each other from a lot back in H5 even. We teamed for quite some time. A team with Kieran before. I've never quit a team with Chris until recently. But yeah, well, I knew him beforehand, so definitely that helps a lot when you know each other very well.
So, I know I just asked about the state of your team, but what do you think about the state of EU Halo? What direction do you think it's going to start moving in?
Good question. EU Halo, I think it's starting to close up. I think it's starting to close the gap. I know a lot of people be saying it over and over, and it's been said a lot of times. But I think Ascend is definitely a new team that brings a lot of power, and is really like upping the level in Europe. So people really try to compare themselves or trying to beat Ascend. And basically means that the European scene is getting better and better each time. Which will be good, obviously, to beat an A, because that's obviously the final goal to reach some high seedings in an A. So yeah.
Your team has made a massive impact when you first entered the HCS competition, but now your team seems to be teetering around the top 6/8 margin. What key methods do you have in your back pocket to achieve the top 4+ again?
I feel very confident that we're gonna get top 4 again. We reached top 4 consistently over the Pro Series. We've not been doing as well in the Open Series, and mainly because I wasn't a big fan of the tournament format. It was like 12-hour tourneys, and obviously that's a bad excuse for playing bad. But I know that we have what it takes to win. And recently we've been playing very, very well. Our scrims is going very, very good. So I'm very confident that we're back on top pretty much.
I have a personal question, if that's all right.
No worries.
What led up to the design choice behind your logo? I'm personally a huge fan of the LODs, but I wanted to get an inside look at the creative direction that took place in creating such a magnificent logo.
That's a funny one. Basically, me and Rob teamed that we made up the boys first when we went to Rally to America, and then obviously we made two roster changes, so we changed it up to the lads because we didn't have an orc at the time. And then there was a guy on Twitter who was making some logos, and instead of the lads, he kind of made it look like the LODs. And then basically we're like, oh, we'll just go from there. It was a cool design, and we went with that. We did get picked up by an amazing orc, which will be announced on Wednesday, the 16th or 15th, which will be amazing. But more to come on that.
That's amazing. I'm super happy for you guys. Well, I also know that your brother is competing as part of the LODs.
Right, yes.
What's it like with the family dynamic while also being a part of a professional team together?
It's cool. It's cool. It's very, very cool to having two brothers together, and we live with each other next to, and we're sitting. He's actually sitting next to me right now. So so it's cool to have a dynamic of having a brother competing. There's a lot of brothers actually in the Halo scene in general. So it's cool to have to be a part of that as well.
One last question for you as an authentic Dutch man. What's your favorite snack from the Netherlands? I'd like to know.
Right. I'll have to give it to the frikandel, which is a common Dutch thing, and then the Dutch people will know.
I see. Well, thank you so much. I had such an amazing time having you on, and you've been amazing. Thanks so much again.
No worries. Thank you for having me, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the Halo Chamber EU Qualifier Opens. I am here joined by the loveliest of lads, Blink and Lethal. How are you guys today?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. I've just had my caffeine fix. I'm ready to get Larry and ready for whatever comes our way throughout the entire course of the evening. But yeah, can't complain. What about you, Blaine?
I'm all right, man. I haven't muted myself today, which is a great start, to be honest with you. Our producer
Nice.
said he was calling random numbers. He wasn't calling random numbers, but somehow in my brain, I was like, these are random numbers. But yeah, I just don't understand chronological order, apparently. But I imagine we'll get into the game very quickly. But first, we have some things to discuss.
Well, obviously, it was a really long day yesterday. Did you get enough sleep? Are you well rested? Are you ready to
No.
talk about the 8 remaining teams fighting?
I definitely ain't.
Yeah, no.
I've not had enough, but that's where the caffeine fix came in. So I should be able to last. Should be all right.
Awesome. Well, we have 8 teams remaining fighting for the £1,500 grand prize of our Halo tournament today. We're
Big.
just going to go recap the group teams today. And we have 16 teams. Out of 16 teams, we have 8 left. Unfortunately, we didn't get coverage on our end, but we're going to get a look of the action that happened off screen yesterday and review groups A, B, C, and D.
I kind of feel like with these groups, it's literally what we anticipated. Like in terms of prediction and what to expect, yeah, this is exactly what you would expect from these teams. The only one I did not expect at all in the slightest was the fact that for, you know, the ex-Market roster, Vex Gaming, they actually came out on top 3-0. We would have expected the lads, due to experience they have and how well they performed over the last month, that they'd be the ones to topple Market, because in terms of their track record, you wouldn't... Okay, it could be a close series, but the lads should normally edge it almost every single time. But maybe they were, you know, was it hashtag feeling vexed and just decided to give their roster, you know, the new org a bit of a boost, a bit of a bump there in that first place finish, which means that the lads are going to have a bit of a struggle in their first series, because it's going to be close to fair for whoever they face up against in the top of one of the other groups.
For sure, man. And I feel like that's so wrong, isn't it, to be honest with you? You get picked up by an org, you're meant to do badly on the first week. That's just how it works. You can't get picked up by an org and then do well. That's just not how esports works. But congratulations to Vex Gaming regardless. 3-0 after just getting picked up is a wonderful, wonderful result for them. But yeah, you're right, lads coming in 2-1. Not exactly what we expected there. Looking at Group B, that is what we expected though. Ascend with a 3-0. Method to Madness 2-1 though. It's not too bad. Team Twisted, Lethal, 0-3. Jesus, what happened?
Yeah, that was a bit peculiar. Maybe they weren't there, but we'll have to obviously get confirmation on that. And I think, you know, from the other two teams as well, the other two groups rather, what we expected, you know, what we anticipated, what you could assume, you name it. Yeah, it's just a normal day in the other two groups
office
as well. I think that's the best way to explain it, really.
Well, if we go ahead and look at our current bracket for today, we have a timeline here where Quadrant can take on Ascend in the semifinals. Doesn't that sound exciting?
Yeah, it certainly does. As well as you've got Quadrant versus Black Hand, who can't complain. Ascend versus the lads, and well, you know, that's what you do to yourself if you become second in the group. Sadly, if they actually placed first, then they would have faced up against Method to Madness. But it means that Vex now have a really good opportunity to try and place into that top 4, or guarantee their top 4, so to speak. And Ascend, they're probably thinking to themselves, why on earth did you guys come second? Like, what on earth happened? But Ascend, I don't think they'll be thinking about that too much, as, you know what they're like, they're all about run and gun, all about speed and agility. They're just going to continue where they left off and just try and crack on with another tournament win, because of course they are one of the favourites in this competition.
Yeah, you can check out them on the other streams, but obviously for our stream, we'll be checking out Quadrant versus Black Hand. So Ascend, you know, regardless what happens, if the lads were going to go all the way, they were going to meet up with Ascend at some point, I would imagine. So we'll see what happens there. We could have a massive surprise to see the lads go through, but with Ascend's current performance so far on the online scene, I don't really feel it. But Quadrant versus Black Hand, you know, with the new coach coming in here, Lethal, what do you think?
I think it's probably one of the biggest pickups they could ask for. The fact that they got someone like Shad replacing Nuix. Shad, is an interesting one. He's a flyer. He does work really well in terms of his decision making. He has a very basic strafe pattern, but again, it's like one of those things where he's like a statue. You miss one shot, you're done for kind of attitude, which I completely don't mind at all. Works for him. And it's nice to see some more new blood coming to the scene. And with Nuix as an ex-pro, as a coach, it's just, you know, it's just another compliment to the team, really, isn't it? Because Nuix knows how this team works. They've been with them for a few months prior to when Shad joined. So, yeah, Quadrant should be looking at least bare minimum a top 3 placement, not just here, but of course in other tournaments as well.
Absolutely. And if we have a look at the schedule, we can have a better look at the action that will be happening today. We have Quadrant versus Blackhand. We have QF1 winner and the QF2 winner versus each other. And of course, the SF winner and the SF2 winner against each other. But we don't know those yet. What do you guys think about that?
I think if we did know him, we'd be time
Yeah.
travelers, but we're not, sadly. But yeah, Quadrant versus Blackhand, I think it's going to be a good one. I do have to come back really quickly, though, Lethal, to what you said about it should be in a statue. Do you have a lot of problems with statues? You just go around like bopping them on the head, taking off the noses?
I don't know, mate. It's a bit of a throw-off, really. You expect some really dodgy crouch strafe or slow
he's
crouch
just
strafe
there.
or just
I
the ordinary
understand
strafe,
now.
but it's just when someone's just basically strafing so fast they're
Staring
technically
you down.
standing still. It's a bit of a you kind of misread them a little bit. You don't expect it, but yeah, it's a little bit bizarre.
That's fair play. I understand it now. I get it, and it all makes sense.
It will change it now that I've said that, though.
Oh,
Well, out of
God.
these 3 games we're watching tonight, which guys are you guys most excited for tonight?
I'm gonna let Blank go first on this one, just out of curiosity.
To be honest with you, probably the semi-finals will most likely be the most competitive. I do think that we do have varying levels of skill in our tournament at the moment. We do need to have a little bit more of a look, because again, there have been some surprises so far, which has been fantastic. Though, honestly, to start the day off with Quadrant versus Blackhand, where realistically we could see some very interesting strategies coming out from Quadrant with the new coach on board, and it will be a great little in-depth view into that team. I respect Blackhand massively as well, so there could be something coming out from that team. So this could be quite competitive in of itself.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Blank said, especially with that matchup. Ascend versus the Lads, that's another one I'm going to keep a close eye on at the same time. Remember to Manis, they're still, you know, with that German roster, still trying to break more into that top 6. They've been teetering around the top 8, top 12. This is their time to potentially shine if possible. And don't forget, though, there's a possibility of Quadrant versus Ascend in the semis, which is going to be another crack if we get to that point.
Yeah.
Well, I'm personally hoping for some upsets from the lads today. But before that, we can go ahead and look at Quadrant's roster and get a better look at the action on their end. We have SLG, Shad, Chick, and Frag XCR. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but Fragger with their
There you
coach, Nurix.
Yeah, I think the name can be a bit of a throw for some people. I don't blame you in the slices. I think I was pronouncing it wrong at one point for I'd worry for how long I was doing it for. But yeah, in terms of this roster here, you've got SLG, you know, the veteran in the team, Fragger as well. Shad, the new guy, the new boy around the block, covering over Nuix. And I think, like I mentioned previously in the intro, Stefan, that Shad is a very good pickup. His individual ability, his decision making, the damage he does, no fear, absolute flyer at times. He's got every piece in the puzzle pretty much. He's technically an all-rounder. He has been a heavy grinder. If anyone in ranked, especially in the EU scene, you play at midnight or midday, he's on. Like, you can't get away from this guy. You know, you're going to lose Elo at some point if you like it or not. So it's a bit of a pain in the backside. But the rest of them, know, you know, I think it's a good way to kind of reflect how they're going to perform here. And Nuix's coach, you know, you can't complain at all. An ex-pro, they've been with him for the last few months, and definitely going to do some heavy-duty work to make sure they excel to their best of their ability.
Absolutely. We also have some fraggers on Blackhand's roster as well. If we have a look at that, we have Ramirez, Riot, Flux, and Lunny. Some excellent players today.
Yeah, I mean, Blackhand's looking pretty good so far. Lunny, I think, is kind of that standout guy. Has a lot of surprises him, to be honest with you, Lethal. The rest of the team, though, to be honest, pretty good in of themselves. So honestly, I think Quadrant do need to be a little bit careful here. I like the additions that team has made, like you mentioned there, Lethal, with Shad in particular. Having that all-round is really important, and someone who will just get down and dirty, to be honest with you, because a lot of times when you've got to break a setup, if you're not prepared to go in there, sometimes you have this weird thing where no one's queuing up and everyone's just looking at one another who's going to take the scrambled egg first. It is awkward, so you need that guy to get in there first, and that could be the big issue for Blackhand.
Yeah, I totally agree as well. With Lunny, like replacing Cloney as well. Cloney was a good slayer. Like, I'm surprised he was replaced, but then again, I'm not. Like, those guys They've got great chemistry with Lunny. They've teamed with Lunny, especially the Riots and Lunny kind of duo that's always kind of been there. But at the same time, this is a team very similar to Na'Vi, where it's going to take a little bit more time in order for them to invest to then progress to that, that skill barrier or to break through that ceiling, due to the fact that they have all the leadership qualities in the likes of Flux and Ramirez. They have great shot callers as well, and a good pass experience. We've seen that plenty of times, and wealth of experience. So again, it's going to, I feel like, just a matter of time until they pursue to get those bigger placements.
They've got to walk before they run.
We've
also had some big roster changes in Quadrant. How has that benefited the team, in your opinion, Lethal?
For Nuix, I always thought he was quite good for the roster. He had good teamwork, he had good chemistry with the team. He seemed like he was on the ball of things, but sometimes a little bit unaware. And also at the same time, I do feel like Shad has got a little bit more individual skill and talent in comparison. You can kind of feel it as well when you play them both. You can kind of feel like when you play against Nuix, like in any kind of setup, I wouldn't say it's easier, but there's some ways the way he positions himself and the decisions he makes, you can kind of get round him. But for Shad, it's just trying to punch through a brick wall. It's honestly really, really tough. He does so much damage to the team, but of course more damage means more room for opportunities to create in order for your team. And I'm not too surprised that Shad has been picked up. He's very young, obviously he's full of vinegar and what's it, isn't he? Like in terms of wanting to get the highest placement possible. And this is a great way for him. He's been climbing up very quickly. He was on a top 16 with Mose and the boys at one point, and then gets picked up by Quadrant. I don't blame him. It was the best pickup they could have asked for.
Yeah, causes some serious carnage on any of those cracked lips with the vinegar there. To be honest with you, very mature decision, to be honest, from Nuix to step back and let Shad coming in there. And to be honest with you, if he can provide that same experience as a coach, brilliant stuff. I'm all for it, and that's why I like Quadrant as a team so much.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and move on to the maps, if possible. We can go ahead and talk about the best of 3 quarterfinal game today that we have lined up for you guys. We have, first of all, Streets, my favorite personally. Then we have Recharge. After that, we have Live Fire, Aquarius, and Bazaar.
I would say Blackhand should be quite happy about that. If it was a little bit different in terms of like having a lot more open maps, then it could have been a different story. The fact that Bazaar Slayer plays a part, it's one of those maps where it's more methodical. You have to surgically dissect a lot of areas before you can pursue any kind of counter-attack or plan of action, especially in the structure you set up. So it depends how Blackhand are going to approach this. The first thing they need to do is just control the aggression and have a setup early on these certain maps, especially on maps like Recharge or a Live Fire, because sometimes I've noticed that Quadrant just get way out of hand, and once they've got all the spawn points covered, they're just going to spawn your dummies on purpose straight away just to add a little bit extra time on ball or stronghold or whatever objective game type they're playing on. And it's the same for Aquarius as well. If you give him top card P2 control and you keep giving him those shock nades to really dish the damage in order to pin you in utility room and back flag, it's going to be a cause for concern here. So for Streets, it's just a game of cutting off the flanks, cutting off the rotations here, and it's all about speed and agility once again to try and the only way you can counter the aggression with Quadrant is just be equally as aggressive on a map like Streets.
For sure, man. And I think that Streets is a bit more free-flowing, right? So, you have a lot more ability to just kind of make it work where you want to make it work. I'll make a bold prediction right now, as if I don't think that if we don't see Blackhand take one of the 2 first maps, I'm pretty sure this is just going to go in Quadrant's favor, regardless of what happens, because, like you were saying, Lethal, towards the end, if Quadrant can get a lock on Bazaar, which is surprisingly a very difficult map to play unless you have those quadrants locked down. Blackhand could be really in for it. So win one of those first matches, and then Blackhand, they have a chance.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be back with that competition very shortly after the break. Jackie and David will take over and pick up the stream with the quarterfinal. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Halo Chamber EU Open. I'm joined by a man that's not from the European Union, but you certainly look damn good. How you doing, Davey?
I'm doing well, Jack. How are you doing today? You know, we might actually get to see some Halo today.
Don't come easy now. All right, easy. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. I know what you're like, mate. Did you get your gremlins back? I assume they were all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
No, they are returned. I have them locked up again for a later date. You know, we tormented Jacob enough.
Just in case they do like another Harry Potter spin-off, you'll be able to rent those out, I assume.
Of course, yeah. No, you never know how that universe develops. Every now and then I get a call and they're asking to use them, and I have to. No, you can't. They're busy right now, so it's a whole thing. But
They're already
I'm thinking of hiring a management team to deal with it.
You probably should. Gremlin management.
Yeah.
It'd be good, man. It'd be good. I'd love to see it.
Oh, it's pretty much just esports, isn't it?
Basically, it's just me and you on
Gremlin
the daily.
management.
Gremlin,
Just Gremlin management.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, mate, we will actually get some sick Halo on our screens tonight. As we said, it's a best-of-5 opener to start us off. It's our quarterfinals. Obviously, unfortunately, yesterday, we didn't get a chance to see any of the group stage due to the issue we have with the new patch coming out. So that was played out. All the players got a smooth experience, and now the viewers will get a smooth one as well. And we're going to be in the casting booth the whole day, mate. So our voices are going to be absolutely belting throughout this one.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, my voice is pretty much recovered from all of that, all of our talking over the past however many days in a row now. Done all the proper things, so my voice is pretty well recovered. I can still feel a little bit in there. If I try to go too high, there'll be some cracks, but that's about as.
So you can't do your Ed Sheeran covers today, then?
No, I can't do any Ed Sheeran covers today. Sadly, I mean, I could. I would just have to take it into a lower key. That's all.
Yeah, true. Well, you got to sing it out of tune anyway. So
you want right now? Oh yeah, I could do that.
You know, if you
I'm in love with the shape of you. You push and pull like a magnet do.
It's weird. For a second there, I had to check just in case Spotify was on, because I legitimately thought it was just the actual Ed Sheeran. But no, it's just Davey.
That's what they say about me. It's all. This is a constant problem in my life. I'm being confused with him pretty frequently. I walk around. I'm like, guys, I just want to live like a normal person. Please, like, calm down.
People on the streets grabbing you, going, "Is that Billy Butcher?" Oh no, actually, it's Ed Sheeran. Madness.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's actually just the lighting that makes his hair look that way.
yeah, it brightens it up.
It really does. It really does. Well, we're going to be brightening up all of your days for the boys that are watching this at home, of course, because we do have a good spread ahead of us. Opening up here in the quarterfinals to go in with a bang. We finally get to see Stronghold Streets as well. Yesterday, we had about 4 seconds of it. Ascend, in that 4 seconds, they'd actually get a triple cap off and had racked up like 50 points. So we were on the edge of our seats, and then the whole stream went down. Today, we'll get to see that and then much more. Preceding it as well, we have Slayer on Recharge, and we also have Live Fire Oddball as our third map. There is a timeline, to be honest with you, mate, where this could be closed down in 3. Quadrant, they're coming in here as the strong favourites, but the Dark Horse of Blackhand do have a fighting chance. Talented Halo players, as Lethal was saying on the desk as well, since Lunny's joined, it's given them that extra edge they need in slaying power. So if you can use that to your advantage, the longer this series goes on, that's where they could get into it. But like we saw with some of the Blast qualifiers, mate, you need a quick start. You can't afford to dilly-dally. You've got to get in there early and establish yourself in a matchup like this. You can't afford to show respect.
Yeah, and like you said, that pickup's pretty huge, right? So, like, even if they do go down on map 1, right, if they end up, like you said, getting triple capped, going down on map 1, that slaying power going into the second map could be the difference. That could, you know, if you just frag out, right, if you just go into that Slayer and absolutely slay, then you're building confidence going into that map 3. And if they pick up that second round win, like you said, they could really have a fighting chance in this one. But, you know, if they do go down 2-0, I think it's going to be really hard for them to come into this on map 3.
Absolutely. The longer this series goes on, the more stock there is in my mind for Quadrant. So an early opener would be the ideal start for a team like Blackhand. They got to use those hands, Dave. You know, we evolved to have the opposable thumb so we could grab things and, you know, find more unique ways of getting into life using tools and such. So they've just got to be the 5 fingers on one hand and get a good grasp on the game early.
Yeah, they really do. It's what it's all about, man. Those early starts. There's actually, we're straight into the game here. With this BR trying to find those opening frags, but it's actually gone the way of Quadrant early. As now they do have control of this, though, Jack. Ooh, but he goes down on the point.
Does indeed. 1 point apiece so far. Early doors as we are into the action. 4 alive on either side, and rockets have been grabbed. That's going to be Chick that's got those bad boys. So let's see if he can do some Elton John. Nice rocket man plays. He flicks back to the BR and shuts down Ramirez. And they finally got point control. A and B going over to the side of Quadrants. They're starting to rack up those points early. Bit of congestion towards A though, Davey.
Yeah, they want to fight this one out, and there is the beatdown. Able to trade one back, but actually it's the man at the back who finds it. But A is being capped, and so is B. You can see Quadrant. They have grabbed the C flag, and now they're moving their way up towards B. Want to retake this one, make sure that Blackhand isn't going to be able to get it, and the nades come in. So important on this map, especially on strongholds, to isolate those choke points. There's a melee trade.
Ooh.
And B's not really been able to be captured here. They've had it almost there the whole time, but Quadrant's been fighting them off successfully. And they get their double cap back.
It down. It does look a little bit awkward for Blackhand. Already coming up close towards the 50-point mark here. Game's not been live for too long either. So a good opening setup from Quadrant. They're trading very effectively. You can see the fights that they're going into.
Yeah.
Always someone nearby to clean up on the low player. Lunny drops, and again, they're fighting back at a huge disadvantage into this. The respawns are not favorable at all.
No, and you can see just not able to connect his shots either. As Inter goes down. Very fast trade, and you can see they want to actually push up for C. You can see Quadrant getting very aggressive. They're not just content to hold down that B site. They want to push up and take the fight to them, as that's a quick double. And they're grabbing C-Jack. Here comes the triple cap.
Like we said, once you get these triple caps, the point accumulation is so fast. They've also got the rockets in the back pockets. And those are some deep pockets, mates. Frags galore. Flux is blown to bits. And they are just farming right now. We're about to hit 100 points, and the game's only been live for about 2 minutes. This has been a hell of a grind. Finally, a bit of a sneaky play, as Riots will be able to make his move over to C. Good jump as well, gets himself out a dodge, and does get 1 point back, so slows down the tick somewhat, but they need to get advantage here. They have to get 2 points and start racking up those ticks. Awkward 1v1 towards the cafe. In the end, Flux walks away, with a jam donut, and potential of getting the A site.
Yeah, and there's actually 2 clean kills for Blackhand. It feels like the first time we've seen that they were able to push up, isolate those 1v1s, and win out on them. And actually, they should be able to cap B off this, Jack. So we're going to see first points of the game now on the board for Blackhand. And it was the first time we've seen Quadrant get caught out solos and not win their fights. Trying to jump up over the melee comes out, and there is the frag for Inters. So he takes him down. So now they still manage to hold on to B. They hold on to those choke points as well. They're not going to be pushing up to try to take control of C. They're just going to be content with getting some points on the board. They don't want to throw away these crucial lanes. You can see they're pushing forward, but they're actually about to lose A as 2 frags come out for the side of Quadrant. Needs to get this trade back as he gets naded off. Pushed back. Can he find the kill? He's just not able to connect these shots. Finally does. There's the headshot. Taking down Chick. But still, B is going to be capped by Quadrant.
That's it. They're 1 stab in the dark to get into the game. Gave them 19 points, and the bite back from Quadrant has been very smooth. Advantage when it comes down to manpower as well. 3 players alive at the minute. Do get the full respawns off. Over towards red. SLG will spot out 1 man, fires out a couple of warning bursts. But again, they're contesting for these sites. And they're coming up close towards 200 points already, Davey. This game could be over if Blackhand don't realise how to make a fist and start punching back soon. Rockets are up. They are going to slide in, grab the spanker. And this is not looking ideal for Quadrant. Finally, an advantage for Blackhand.
And they have potential here. You know, they have these rockets. They have potential to push forward and grab that B flag as well. Oh, but Chick finds one. He is traded out. Actually, that's Shad going down. And there's the rocket kill. That's what you were talking about. So important. Nades, though, doing so much damage. Ends up losing his life. Still quickly traded. But that is the triple cap. Quadrant, though, very quickly trying to retake that C flag, but they haven't been able to do it so far.
Oh. Rocket to the ground, Lunny. Does stay alive, flicks back, grabs the bulldog as well. I hope he got his pet passport for that one, mate. If you're taking him out, take him on a walk, keep him on a leash. Keeping the game on a leash here as well, almost at 60 points. But the issue is Quadrant, they've slipped in towards the arcades. Oh, quarters galore as they're reaching a high score. That's the double cap, mate, and they're straight back into accumulating points.
Yeah, that was a massive fight to win. That 1v1 was so crucial. You can see now they're pushing up together on that far side. Lots of damage being done here. The nades are raining in. Haven't been able to find a kill yet. They still have that double cap, so now Blackhand needs to take the aggressive move. Need to find the kill. They can't as Chick gets that beat down. Followed by the quick BR headshot. Ooh, and he's up on top capping. Hey, like you said, they're just pushing together so well. Black Hand keeps getting caught out in solos. Nade does take him down, but the damage is already done. They've already got the triple cap, and if he wins out on this fight here, that's it. They hold the triple cap, and this should be the game now. Nade's on the rotation points. Lots of damage done. They haven't been able to cap B. He does get away with his life. C and B being retaken at once, and no, denies the cap on B. Absolutely massive play from SLG.
Pivotal frag to find. Oh, the follow-up as well. Flux. Snipe of a hell of a scope. Hits the adjustment. Takes him down. There is a recap for Black Hand, so again, you've got an edge, but from this point forward, you cannot afford to pass these points over. They have to keep this up throughout the rest of the game now, effectively. This Quadrant have just got such a luscious lead on the go. Respawns are slightly isolated, one towards PD, and he'll get spotted out. In the back line, over towards A, it's just SLG. Drops the wall, waiting for the push, has the BR out, couple of tasty taps, but he'll still fall. So it's a 4 versus 3 now in the battle of attrition.
Yeah, it was a really nice shot from him onto SLG. Like you said, he put that wall up. He had the... You would think that he was going to be able to take down at least one, but they pushed together. And with 2 of them fighting... Oh, there's the double kill. That's from Lunny. He finds 2, and now the defense over here on this C flag as he does cap it. So points going the way of Quadrant, but A is being taken. So great response from Blackhand. They realize they're going to lose C. They immediately push forward and take that A stronghold. But look at all these nades, and can SLG win out on this one? Oh, it's actually going to be the help from Fragger to make sure that they get it. And there is the double cap. Now the points are, they're racking up, Jack. It's getting really close. Blackhand putting up a good fight, but are they going to be able to get here in time to take this? And now you see they're actually going for the triple cap. They're trying to take A as well.
At this point, they're going to get it, mate. That'll be the game in the bag. There's nothing that can be done from Blackhand. It was a slow start. And that's what we were saying. That's the big issue. You had to come out absolutely swinging here in a game mode like Strongholds. We had the triple cap basically instantly for Quadrant. And they do walk away with a win on the end. The first map falling in their favor. And that's the scary situation to be in for Blackhand. Like Blank was saying on the desk, right? If you stumble at the start, you find yourself a few maps down, it can be an arduous affair to get back into the series. And they're already starting this off 0-1. Nice comeback, though, to be fair. Once they got into the game, Lunny was giving them so many openers. He was the difference maker. At one point, we saw him sat there on 17 frags, creating space for him, playing very effectively off the respawns, always trying to isolate those 1v2s.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you looked at Quadrant throughout that game, you could see they were waiting for respawns, they were grouping together, and they were pushing for points at the same times. They were frequently catching players from Blackhand just isolated on their own. There was never that moment where you would see I don't think in this entire game we saw any sort of 2 versus 2 fight where Quadrant was pushing up, Blackhand was defending together. It felt like they were constantly isolated and just not able to, find really any sort of grouped up push. Whereas Quadrant, they were doing that consistently, especially off those respawns like you brought up. Even look here, they're just playing these angles together so well, holding down the choke points. This moment with the Rockets, you would think maybe would be enough to capture one of the points, but even still, they couldn't get anything going.
Yeah, and power weapon-wise, they were in control. I think, both of the rocket spawns we saw coming up in the early game, that was in favor of Blackhand. They were able to use it to get little openers, just didn't give them the extra edge they need. You can see in the majority of these replays as well, always situations where it's 3 versus 1, 3 versus 2, just always having the edge. And the rotates for Quadrant were really smart as well, right? The second they started to see 1 point fading, quickly rotate off, get the flank off, back cap, and always leave themselves with a 2-to-1 advantage on the cap. So it's just really awkward to get in at that point. You're always fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, they were constantly, just like you said, as soon as they would realize that they had lost control of a specific area, if one of their players defending an area died, they would immediately say, okay, give up that one. We're going to go around the other way. If they start losing C, they would go and take A. It was great play from them. But now this is where we're going to see where those rotations and that sort of that team play, that knowledge of the strongholds and such isn't going to be as big of a factor here as we do go into Slayer.
Yeah, a little bit of a different flavor, right? Recharge Slayer for our second map. And if anything is to go off for Blackhand, Lani's performance there goes to show. If it comes down to fragging, he's up there. He's a big dog. He can definitely hit his shots, had some crisp aim, some beautiful adjustments, and the movement in a few of those scenarios as well gave him the little edge. When he was playing around the stairs, bobbing and weaving, the little peaks, that little stutter set, mate, the side to side, if you can keep that up in a game mode like Slayer with the rest of the team supporting him, he should really be a very impactful flavor flavor that we need to keep our eyes on. So hopefully that'll be the case. If this goes 1-1, then who knows where the series will go.
Yeah, I remember, I was watching some events in preparation for this, and in the Slayer games, you would see the gameplay kind of slow down a bit, which I didn't expect. Obviously, I haven't been involved in the Halo scene for very long, but watching the Slayer, I could see that, everything really slowed down. Teams started to, because the respawns end up becoming so much more important because you're not pushing for objectives, so you're never forced to take any specific fight like you are in Strongholds. So to see, how it's going to happen when everything sort of slows down here and how they're going to stay grouped, because the team play from Quadrant on the last map was so strong that here, especially with all these tight choke points they have on this map, if they can get that team play down still, if they're going to be pushing together and keeping those rotations on point, even just around the map looking for kills, it could be a massive performance from them. But like you said, Lunny needs to step up big for Blackhand.
Definitely. Power player for the side. We'll see if Blackhand can give Quadrant a backhand and maybe leave them with a black eye as we get into Slayer on Recharge. The second map in our best of 5. It's a quarterfinal to see which team will be able to progress further forward to play against the winner of Ascend taking on the Lads. The game that's also going on simultaneous to this. That'd be our semi-final matchup. And at that point, you are dangerously close to being in it to win it, to grab that 1.5k prize pool. And also, Davey, I think there's some kebabs that we're throwing out to our winners. So if you're getting hungry from fragging, all you got to do is win the event. But we are into it and already opening trades. We go 1-1.
Yeah, opening trades as he's trying to find this fight from the balcony. 2-1 now. That is Fragger picking up the second kill of the game for Quadrant. And he has some isolated ones here, but runs right around the corner, sets off the bomb. Gets that frag. So now we actually see Blackhand take the lead.
Yeah, that was nice. Spams into the plasma. Gets the remote detonation off. Does annihilate him. This could be a huge play from Lunny. With the active camo, was trying to bide his time. Wants to get the first frag, does, and dips out, stays alive. If he can get his heal back off, which he will, he can now link up with his teammate and try and make an execution over towards the elevator. They do converge. 1-for-1 trade again as SLG will get the edge, and this starts to actually fall in favor of Quadrant. They're bringing the game back. 6-7 on the split so far.
Yeah, and right now, they've taken that initial fight. 2 players up here on the balconies looking for these long-range battles. That's actually a nade that comes out, doing a ton of damage as Lunny goes down, and that ties it up at 7-7. Blackhand had the lead. You see the recharge come in, looking for this fight. Takes one, but there they are. They just gang up on him again, Jack, as Fragger ends up finding the kill. But it was 3 versus 1. He had absolutely no chance, as now Blackhand returns the favor with it taking a 2 versus 1 of their own. This game is so back and forth. Blackhand now just taking the lead by 1, and he finds one isolated. That's Chick going down. Fragger not going to be able to trade that one back. SLG with 1 on the other side of the map. SLG with 2. As he takes down Lunny and Ramirez. Ooh, very close to going down. But Flux actually wins out on the melee battle to keep Blackhand with their lead. Little sword for the boys.
Yeah, energy sword's up. It's been grabbed. Active camo is about to come back into play once again as well, and they are swift to jump down. SLG with not only the sword, but also the active camo. This man could go full Samurai Jack and start chopping them up. Does he have the opportunity to? Repulsor in the back pocket, smooth moves as he jumps up the side of the wall. Here comes the energy sword. Chops his way through the first man, turns for the second as well, goes back in, opens up with a buttstock. Woo! Nearly got the triple as well, but it'll just be a dirty double for SLG, as this game is tight, Davey. 16-15 at the minute. Nice play with the nades as well, but it still falls back.
Yeah, Fragger still able to find that one. He's 5-5 for the team right now. He actually goes up to 6-5 as he finds another kill. I think he's on a 3 streak at this point, as they are all tied up 17-17, and he's pushing. He saw where they were going though. So SLG able to find one. You can see they traded out there the melee for the nade kill, and there's another nade kill for Inter. Sword, he's not going to be able to get there in time. He's just getting away with his life. He wants to get out of there and make sure he recharges his HP. They're looking. They're trying to find these kills. You can see Blackhand fairly spread out across the map. They know there's one up in control, and actually Fragger finds one. That's 2 deaths for the side of Blackhand. They've lost control of that top side as SLG gets one before Lunny eventually trades it back, and there's the big flank from Fragger. Yet again, this man is 9-6 right now, Jack.
What's scary is Quadrant. They're starting to get into the groove of the game now. It's a 5 frag lead. playing very smart, and the push is never a 1-for-1. It's Blackhand that have to make the big gambles. They've at least got a bit of an edge here. Again, though, they double up, drop down onto Lunny. He's isolated and will fall because of it. It's nearly a 10 frag lead for him. This game was back and forth like a metronome. Now it's starting to really come down on top of them. A full 10 frag lead picked up for Quadrant as they're grinding this game out in the late stages.
Yeah, and you can see Quadrant, they're paying attention to the spawns and they're getting these flanks off every single time. A Blackhand member respawns and tries to take a fight. They're isolated, they're getting sandwiched from all sides, and now we see Blackhand finally doing a bit of returning the favor as they're able to just bang up on that Quadrant player at the bottom, and Blackhand, they're fighting back. Finally able to coordinate their respawns, their positioning to group up and take those fights. But look at the radar. You can see Quadrant, they are just so grouped together. They're so well pushed. As I say that, he might be able to find a double here, and he can. Lunny with 2 massive frags pushing up across the walkway and finding 2. You'd think right there, Quadrant, they had him grouped up, they had him isolated, but they weren't able to push and peek together, and Lunny was able to punish. Top fragger for his team there, 12 and 10. Matching SLG's tally.
Lunacy from Lunny. She said 12 to 10. Oh, getting into the flow of the game. Big play as well from Flux as he'll be able to dive back into the action. Just challenging once and again. Didn't matter that he didn't have a shield. He was ready to try and battle him down, but he can't protect himself from the flank. Smacked in the back of the neck from the karate chop, and he will go down. Commando play in the close angle. Not going to work well for Ramirez. And this isn't looking great. What was a nice comeback is again starting to turn into a large lead for Quadrant. They're almost up by 10 frags again here, Davey.
Yeah, and the nade usage has been so important so far this game. You can see that nades instigate so many of these duels, so many of the frags. We've seen a lot of long-range BR shots as there's going to be another one. Fragger finding one, looking for the second, but no, Inter's able to trade it out. His teammates are nearby, should be able to get that trade for him. They do, and that's the difference. That's that team play from Quadrant. Never letting a man stay isolated or go down for free as SLG hangs up on Lunny. Takes down the top fragger for the side of Blackie. He's actually leading the server in kills right now at 14. Inter and Ramirez just haven't been able to get into this game so far as Chick finds one. Is eventually shut down by Lunny. They find him in the back. Can they close this one out? Ooh. Blackhand says no. Big nade coming in from Lunny to find that one.
Shock rifle getting some love as well. It would have to be an absolute shocker for Blackhand to get back into the game, but that seems to be the game plan. Fighting close, round the back. There's the pickup. They do go 1-for-1. 38 to 43 right now. If he would have got the shot off with the shock rifle, it could have been absolutely horrific, but the issue is they just can't take down SLG.
What?
He's gotten away with 2 kills, a double for his troubles, and this does leave them in a whole world of hurt, mate. They're nearly out of this one.
He was completely isolated, 1 versus 3. The shock rifle shot doesn't land, and he's able to not only get away, but find 2 kills and push forward. Fragger gets another one now, 48 to 39. Blackhand has to do something drastic. They want to make sure they can get this one, and that's not going to be it. Lunny, the top fragger in the server, not able to connect his shots, and this should be it right here. Quadrant picks up the 2-0. As Blackhand not able to fight back. It was really close throughout that beginning of this game, but in that mid game, you can see Quadrant just take over, and SLG was absolutely popping off. I can't believe that situation we just saw where he was able to get away with 2 frags when he's in a 1v3. He's surrounded.
Yeah, he was like Harry Potter, mate. You know, he was in the cupboard under the stairs just making everyone disappear. He didn't give a damn. The fact he walks away with a double in that scenario is ridiculous. And again, if we wind it back to the start of the game here, right? Blackhand got the lead. They came out early. They were able to establish themselves on the map. There was some really big plays. But Quadrant, the longer the game went on, the more SLG's confidence started to rise. This play as well, in my mind, that should have been the triple with the energy sword. Just so tight.
Yeah, and I mean, we could see in this Slayer, Lunny was the one really popping off, but on streets, we saw Flux able to have, a certain amount of impact and kills as well. But by the time we got to Slayer, it seemed like the Blackhand, they just weren't really there, right? They just weren't really showing up. Inter and Ramirez both just weren't able to connect their shots. And on Slayer, if you have 2 guys who are really, not feeling it that day, that can be really rough for you. You need everybody to be able to win their fights. Otherwise, that's exactly what's going to happen. Quadrant's just going to run away with it.
And as soon as Quadrant got a lead throughout this game as well. As soon as they could afford to dial back the clock a little bit, play together, and go for those setups, they were winning countless 2 versus 1s. They always had the edge in the engagements. Some of these plays here are ridiculous. I mean, fair play to Lunny as well. The play he had with the awkward 1v2 up towards commando spawn,
Yeah.
I don't know how on earth he was able to get away with both of those and his life. That was just individual skill, but obviously not going to matter, Davey. In the end, the impact wasn't there.
Yeah, and it's not, and you know, that was one of the rare situations where we saw Quadrant not immediately trying to go for that trade kill, right? When Lenny got that first one, there was players nearby, but you could see they were hesitating. They didn't actually want to push and go for that trade, and Lenny absolutely took advantage of it. He did have lots of deaths in the game, right? That's one thing to point out, is that, you know, despite the fact he had lots of kills, he was also dying a lot, and that just goes to show how quickly Quadrant was getting on top of him. As soon as he was found, as soon as he started taking those fights, there were multiple players right there ready to make sure that he wasn't able to multi-frag.
Absolutely slowed down the game. And again, the sad bit was, man, the play from SLG, right? We saw the shock rifle. Yeah. It looked like it was starting to get going. He had just hit one big shot with it, couldn't quite land the follow-up. And that miss, that one pivotal miss, left them in a whole world of hurt. So we keep this series moving. Already down 0-2, unfortunately, is where Blackhand have to fight back from. If they want to win this quarterfinal and keep their dream alive here in the EU Halo Chamber Open, they have to grind it out and win 3 on the go. All that we need to see coming out from Quadrant, of course, is the victory here, Davey, as we move in to potentially our last map, and it will be live fire oddball.
Yeah, man, this is going to be an exciting one. This map offers so many cool things, so many different angles. The elevation changes across the board, you know, going into that underground area where you can quickly rotate around. You need to be in good coordination with your team, right? You can't always be in the same spots. To make sure you're paying attention to what's going on. As you see the opening fight actually going the way of Blackhand. They find that first kill. That is Ramirez taking down Chick. Fragger goes down as well. Ow, they just clean swept him.
That's a huge opener. Lets them get control of the ball early. You can set yourself up. They are going to pass it back and take it towards top tower. And Flux will tuck in. He's holding the ball, sees them coming, and needs to get out of dodge. Nades rolling in as well. Lovely opening nades from Quadrant. And there's the flank in the rear. Chick, woohoo, cracking his way out of the egg aggressively, mate, as he's pecking at them, and they're all falling. From what was a great early establisher, Blackhand have been buckled. And not only that, the snipe is in the hands of SLG. He was fired up from Slayer. If he can keep that going here, this man could be a real nightmare, a thorn in their sides. Flicks off, the timing not quite working for him though.
Yeah, Quadrant quickly returned that favor, that opening sweep from Blackhand, and they just get it right back. Grab a hold of that ball. And good trades actually there from Blackhand. You can see, like you said, the snipe just hasn't connected yet. Fragger's able to find one. Push out, well, he is on the hunt. He wants to get this, man. He knows the shield is low, but what a shot from Lux! Low HP, stuck in the corner, jumps around and lands the headshot. Absolutely lovely from him as Chick. They trade out on the melees.
Oh, mate. Look at the control, though, of the ball. It's been in their hands for so long. Nearly 40 seconds wrapped up. Yeah, they haven't been able to get it back. They want to here. They're trying to contest. You do have them flanking around. They expect the push. They will be able to take down the ball carrier, but it is again still a 1v1. So the numbers game falling in favor of Quadrant again and again and again. It's just Lunny left alive, and he's got to stay alive for a bit and play off the respawns, but they're being flanked. Tasty little nade drop, and Chick will get out of dodge, stay alive. Pick up that heat wave as well, so he's got a bit of extra firepower.
Yeah, the nades have been so good from Quadrant so far this game. It's been the deciding factor when they're taking these fights. You can see Blackhand, they're not even able to take the gunfights that they want because there's just nades raining down upon them every single time. Is he going to go for that ball grab? He's right there. Trying to get a hold of it. Yeah, he does decide to take it. He waited. He had that active camo, so he just wanted to, wait for his teammates to get in positions to make sure they could help him. Again, smart team play from Quadrant. They retake it. They get 3 frags as well, Jack. Blackhand, they are just getting absolutely slayed right now.
Absolutely,
not only have they lost control of the ball, but they're losing all the gunfights. Chick is 7-2, Shad is 7-2, SLG 6-4. It's just been unreal.
It really has. Oh no. They've got ball control. There is a flank towards top tower. It does result in 1 kill going their way. Lunny, unfortunately, will be traded back upon. They also grab the snipe. Timing working in their favor. Let's see if it'll be a different story this time. Big belly shot, followed up to the BI burst, as he will take down one man. Drops the nade out back towards nade spawn as well. And again, look at the clock. 85 seconds already established here. 10 seconds away from picking up the first round on Oddball. And it is a lovely tag on the snipe to soften them up. They don't really have the opportunity to get them off the ball. And it looks like this should be the first round going the way of Quadrant.
Yeah, it looks like it will be. There it is. That is the 100, and that is the first round going the way of Quadrant. You could see just the slaying from the side of Quadrant. Blackhand was no match. They just weren't able to contest. How many times, you know, we saw right at the beginning of the game, Blackhand found all 4 kills, grabbed control of that ball, and then as soon as Quadrant respawned, they took it and just never gave it back.
It's like when you go and play, you know, football with your mates at the park and someone gets upset. They just grab the ball and go, I'm going home, no one's playing.
That is a classic.
Ooh, this
I would just sit down and cry. I was a little crybaby.
Oh, mate, that's what Blackhand are going to have to do at this point. As they are getting schooled out here. At least they've got the ball. They've been able to get a single tap on it, but it's been passed back over. It is dropped down towards the Heatwave spawn. The trades are coming in. SLG hits one with a snipe. They battle back and they do shut him down, so the snipe's dead on the ground. Nice little burst out from the Heatwave as well, but it's an awkward trade from Ramirez as he'll get beaten down by Chick. They should get the ball off the back of it, but Flux has been such a nuisance maker. How's he keeping himself alive here?
I know, not only he keeps himself alive, finds a couple kills, they have to drop control of the bomb because the ball because of it. Oh, and massive kills for Flux. He's still going.
He does not give a damn. Willing to take these fights so confidently.
Man, it's 5-0.
Yeah, absolutely giving it. And for the first time in a long time, Blackhand have got ball control and actually been winning out in the numbers game. They've got the advantage, but look at this. Here comes the push. The duo of Fragger and Shad as they're going to go over. Try and get back in, cause a bit of commotion. Super slide round the corner for Shad, but will he be slippering down? Does fall over to Riots as he'll hit the burst with a BR. Quick trade. They go sprinting in through big door, but they take a huge nade to the lips, Davey.
Yeah, there's the nades we were talking about. Quadrant doing that so well last game. This time, Blackhand not only controlling the ball, but these nades on the choke points when Quadrant's trying to come in and take control of this, trying to win these fights, but they've actually been finding themselves isolated there. We did see a group push, but like you said, that nade doing so much damage that Quadrant wasn't able into that one. Oh, and he's got it. Is he going to be able to find this kill? No, not able to connect it. SLG slays out and wins that one. Nade falling on top of his head. And Fragger finally gets the kill back onto Ramirez. Grabs control of the ball, trying to get those kills with the nades. Flux pushing forward. Not able to find them, though. So close as the push comes in. Quickly traded by SLG. He's waking up. Back into the game now. 7-5. And here he goes again. This man, that is Shad. The long-range BR shot connecting to the head.
Scary as it is as well, man. Like, considering it's taken them this long to grab the ball, start to rack up some points. That lead that they had established is now completely gone. Only 10 seconds of difference. They're going to take the ball back towards the B area as well, so you can chuck that over the lip. You can play ball it if you need to. So there's no real way that they're going to be able to grab this. It will respawn again over towards Heatwave by the underpass. Snipe's just come up as well, but Snipe's in the hands of Ramirez. He'll actually be able to get the shot off. That's a nice opener. Can they hold on from this? Awkward 1v1, the Heatwave bouncing bullets round the wall as they start to feel that hard light softening them up. Cheeky little angle in play with the snipe. Trying to buy time for his teammates. Expects the flank. Hits the adjustment. Fragger's low, but he'll still fall as Chick will be able to pick that up. The ball's dropped and they can grab it.
Yeah, they finally got that snipe, but they just weren't able find any kills with it. That was Ramirez that had it, and now Fragger has the ball, and he's just chilling. He was just chilling until that a grenade just exploded under his legs.
Legs gone. Back's gone. He's like a Takeshi's Castle contestant. His whole body's in pain, but they're still dealing pain. Back to Blackhand. They've got the lead here as well by 10 seconds now. And remember, they won the first round of Oddball, and they're 2 maps up in this best of 5. You win this, you qualify, you move on to the semi-finals, and Blackhand will be out of the event. Nice fight, though. They team up together. Finally, we see a hat trick of frags falling in their favor. The oddball's going to get playballed off the side, so they swoop back in to try and grab it. But Shad's already in position, waiting for his teammates to respawn. Luckily enough, Blackhand will grab it, Davey, but they cannot afford to lose ball control again.
No, they can't. With it being this close and these fights going the way of Quadrant, as we see there. That's Fragger pushing forward.
Oh,
Huge
man.
double kill for him as Chick gets one on the other side of the map. And now they do have control of it, but it's just Lunny, and he eventually does go down to the hands of Shad. But they're waiting. They're waiting for this respawn. Nades come flying in. Needs to try to avoid them. Chick grabs the ball, and he's running. He's getting out of there, just trying to get as many points as possible.
Good moves. Nice trade. They still need to get that ball back. They're going to play ball it. Gets thrown off the top of the tower. Wastes so much time, and this is awkward. He didn't do gymnastics class in school. Can't quite get his way up top tower. And they're going to flank back around from the nade spawn. SLG caught with his pants around his ankles, and he will fall. Could be chance for a double kill here, but the ball spawned back up. Blackhand will snipe it. They've got that bad boy in their palms. They just need to get away and work off the respawns. Group up and play together. They do have an edge so far, Davey. We are currently in a 4 versus 3. Ramirez is still dead for the second. And we will see the flank as well. Riot's giving it with a BR. The little star step as well stays alive for ages, but couldn't follow up with a kill.
Oh, Riots couldn't find that one. That was so essential. He got that first one after that respawn. It was a really close 2-for-2 traded back, and he was able to find one on the flank, but wasn't able to find the second, and that means his team lost control of the ball, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get this one back, Jack, as that is going to be the 3-0 for Quadrant, winning 2-0 right there in Oddball. Big fight up towards the end, right? Blackhand, they did fight back. They showed in that last game of Oddball they did have some fight in them, but in the end, Quadrant just kind of outclassed them across the three maps, really.
Yeah, they really did. They really did. You know, way back at the start of this series, we were saying Blackhand needs to come in with some early dominance, just a little bit too slow into it. Lunny had a huge performance throughout the whole series. He looked sick on the first map, brilliant stuff on Slayer. But going into the third, when we got into live fire, just wasn't enough. The second round definitely showed signs of life, but in the end, Quadrant, Davey, there's a reason why they're one of the best in EU to be doing it at the minute, and they go to prove it here again. Some sick plays throughout SLG, you know, throughout the entire series, really. And they pick up a 3-0, the entire free mapper, to get that spot in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and I mean, shout out our analysts Lethal and Blank as well. It's sending me some fun tidbits, some important information they had. So in that game there, Fragger in the live, in the second round, around 3-minute mark, he gets the kill on the player with the camo, but then also gets a double on top of it, which is absolutely massive considering how close that game was. That final score being as tight as it was, to be able to find the kill on the player with camo, and then not only that, but double up. Huge performance from him. And he, look at his score in this game. He's 11-6 at this point. He was absolutely popping off. We saw SLG and Slayer being a huge nuisance, but in that game, in the oddball game, that was absolutely massive from Fragger.
Yeah, really, really rough stuff for Blackhand. It's unfortunate. They showed a lot of fight, but in the end, Quadrant just untouchable, mate. Far, far too hot to handle. And that's the way it goes. They pick up the full 3-0. But there is plenty more action where this came from. That is our quarterfinal game closed out here on the A stream. We'll be going over to a break. When we come back, we'll head over to the analysts, and they'll lather you up for our first semi-final. got a flow like MF Doom, except he plays Halo with guns that go kaboom. He likes to give you the real shits to stick with on set if you like realness.
Dude, that was actually fun.
There you go.
My name is Mark Hatcher. People know me as Onset. I'm a commentator for the Halo Championship Series, and that's pretty much who I am. I'm a big fan of Halo Infinite. We've been waiting a long time for the game. It's been like 6 years or something until we've had to get our hands on a brand new Halo game. I think it's a great mix of the old and the new, and it's a lot of fun. The sandbox is a lot of fun to play with. I like how the competitive environment is feeling at the moment. I think a lot of the players are enjoying the game too. So I'm a big Halo Infinite advocate. That is exactly how it started. It started going over to my mate's house and playing CE. And then we obviously got massively into Halo through CE. And then when Halo 2 was about to be launched and everything, they had the little stations in game, and you used to go in there, and I used to bunk off college and go and play at lunchtime when I could get my hands on the game. Because I didn't actually own an Xbox until about halfway through Halo 2. And then I got my hands on it, and that was it. That was over. I used to bridge Wi-Fi. I still don't know how I did this, by the way. I used to bridge the Wi-Fi from downstairs on my laptop, then to my Xbox. I used to play on like bottom yellow bar, but it worked. I didn't care. I didn't know any different at that time, and I used to just love it. I was playing Halo 2 on like yellow bar. It was wonderful. Marry. Bravo. Fuck Dan Gaskin. 100% he's a hot man. Kill. Unfortunately you, mate. I'm sorry. But like in a loving way. I'd kill you like in a cool way. You know what I mean? Like we'd jump off like the top of a building after a big night out, but I'd survive by landing on you. So we'd have a memory. I wasn't surprised too much by the meta that we saw in Raleigh. I think everyone got their hands on the game pretty quickly and worked out how it was meant to be played. I think the only thing that was stopping some teams in comparison to others was some game time. There were some rosters that were formed a little bit later than others. But heading into Anaheim, I think everyone now has the practice under their belts. And I'm seeing the game be sped up more and more. Everyone's starting to play at a very, very high pace, which is something we saw at the end of Halo 5. And also, there's only one team that's kind of been slacking a little bit behind because of unforeseen reasons. Royal 2, we know what you did. And it's going to be Sentinels. So Sentinels is going to be one to watch for sure, but I think the meta is going to be very quick. It's evolved quite fast. I do. I think that the EU scene is the strongest it's been for years and years. The last time I remember the EU scene being this strong was maybe back in Halo 3, where you had 4 or 5 teams who were really competing for that first place spot. Even then, it was kind of Power and Fnatic who were the two that were going at it at the very top. So it was kind of first place, second place. But now, in EU, you have the likes of Ascend, you have the likes of Quadrant, like you mentioned, the 2 French teams. But then you've also got the likes of Na'Vi, you've got the Lads, who are a team that have come out of nowhere. You've got Blackhead, who have been amazing as well. And then you've got like the old COD roster that are putting in some really good performances as well, who have moved over from Call of Duty to Halo. So I want to give those a shout out. They had a huge performance in the Open Series this weekend. So shout out to those guys. I think it's healthier than ever, and the longer that they go over to LANs and get more experience, there's, the EU scene's going to be doing well and challenging NA. The reunion tour only happens when the contracts get signed, Jackie. You know this. It's been on the table for some time. Get your people to look at it, and let's do some Westlife numbers.
Yeah.
You ready? I'll count you in, so
All right.
already.
Onset, he's always on deck, never messes with the mangler, he just leaves you laying down. He's quick in the game, he's quick to the flow. Halo Infinite, that's how he goes, ho. You don't wanna fuck with this man in FFA, cause right now he'll leave you dropping mad Fs in the chat. You're never coming back, he doesn't deal with that shit, he's not back in black. It's like the MIB, he'll make you forget. You wish you could remember, but the issue is you can't. He's out there giving it the big one. He's a big man, he's got big guns. Inside the game, he raps like he's hardcore. Got a flow like MF Doom, except he plays Halo with guns that go kaboom. He likes to give you the real shits to stick with on set if you like realness.
Dude, that was actually fun.
There you go. I have decided I want to become a rapper.
It's pretty good. Writing music's been something I've done for years and years and years, but because of the job, esports and everything kind of got pushed to the side. But with the pandemic, one of my really good friends, David Gain, we got together and we started just making music because he was like, had nothing to do. He had all his work cancelled. I had all my work cancelled initially. And we ended up writing some really cool music. I don't know what the song's about because Matt wrote the lyrics. I just play the guitar. I'm just that guy. I just play the guitar and just kind of nod along. So it's called Under the Surface though. Go and check it out, Aptiki on Spotify. How many controllers have I broken? I'm just gonna reach over here. I might go out of frame for a second, but there's 1, there's 2. Shout out to Battle Beaver, by the way, for sending that one over. I'm sorry it didn't last longer. 3, 4. This one's lost the back plate. There's 5. I think 5. But I will say none of them from playing Halo. None of them from playing Halo. From playing a different video game. From when I played to where it is now is obviously a considerable difference, right? We used to take our Xboxes up to wherever it was. I remember driving to Stoke for a LAN. It was still one of my favourite LANs. I think it was one of the first LANs that I went to that was just in some weird like community centre. It was a bit sketchy, to be honest with you, but I met so many people there and it was awesome. And those people, even to this day, still speak to. That's the great thing about community, right, in esports in general, Halo specifically. And seeing where it is now, I've been lucky enough to kind of move from playing into the commentary position and, you know, experience the events that we get to see now. It's still pretty mind-blowing to me. Like, Raleigh for everyone was like I think a landmark moment of the pandemic era of everyone having to play online, a new game, 6 years of waiting, all of those sort of things. The chemistry came together for an amazing event where the energy was, you know, second to none. And it just makes you feel very lucky to still be a part of it and see the players, most importantly, getting what they deserve for being so talented in what they do. Well, that's what people don't understand, right? It's because I'm actually a con man. When I used to get on teams, it was just like, I'd just sell them a dream. I'd sell them the dream. I don't know. Like, when I did my degree, I didn't know what I wanted to do. Like, I genuinely didn't know what I wanted to do. I spent more time playing Halo at university than I did anything else, to be honest with you. So, I don't know. It's maybe having an understanding of how business practices work, how to speak to people, like outside of the game, is probably a good thing because you build up great relationships from doing so. But I'll be honest with you, it's pretty useless. It's pretty useless. The 2018 Halo World Championships was like a landmark moment for me professionally. Being asked to do the grand finals of a Halo World Championships is a crazy thing. Like it's the pinnacle of what you work for, right? It was only earlier on in that season that I got to do a final for the first time. So there was like a real amazing moment where everything came together. We had our 2 best teams in our grand final. I had one of my best friends to my side in Bravo, a man who I respect like an immense amount and wouldn't want to commentate Halo alongside anyone else. And you had Golden Boy on stage, you know, hyping everyone up, doing his thing. And it was just this amazing moment where I was like, okay, I've worked for this and I'm just gonna have fun with it. It was just always will be like a moment in time for me where it's like, hey, I managed to do that and no one can take that away from me. It was just a bit of a shame that the series was a bit shit. That's a really, really good question. When I started commentating, I had this, when I first started commentating, I wanted to be an analyst. I wanted to be, you know, chair 2, the guy who was breaking down the plays and using my experience as a player. But then someone said to me, I think it was Sims actually, Richard Sims, who said, you've got a voice to be a play-by-play. And I was like really nervous about it. Like I was like, okay, I'm gonna give this a go. And I remember, shout out to Wonderboy, one of the first broadcasts that we did together. I asked him if I could host and be chair 1. And he was like, yeah, man, go for it. Like, and that was the scariest thing ever. Because I'd never hosted the show, the ins and outs, the throws, all that stuff. So I was literally winging it. Like I didn't know what I was doing. But I think when you start out, you look at other people, you aspire to be other people, right? And you're like, you have these preconceived ideas in your head that I'm the play-by-play guy. I need to be hype all the time. I need to be shouting all the time. Everything needs to be amazing. When it doesn't. And like, you try and imitate what other people do that you like. And over time, you realize that it's more about being yourself, right? And bringing your personality through and not just shouting at everything and not, you've got to assume that the people who are watching have some understanding of what's happening. It's not what's happening on the screen that I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you why you should be watching it, you know, the stories behind it and reasons to care about the game. And then when those hype moments come as well, not fumbling your line and making sure that it's a moment that everyone can remember. So I think it's just a maturity thing. You kind of move out of the shadows of others that you aspire to be and kind of put the trust in your own personality and what you want to portray as a commentator and the stories you want to tell. I'm not sure if we're going to see that bigger shift. The younger players obviously are going to be experiencing Halo for the first time, especially the PC players. Mouse and keyboard balancing along with controller is always going to be an issue, but I think something that a lot of newer M&K players kind of overlook is the fact that a lot of the top professionals in Halo that A, are playing on controller, but B, have been playing Halo for like 20 years now. Like 20 years of knowledge they've built up on how to play every single situation, you know, down to the T. And I think for M&K players, they might look at it and think, you know, it's just a case of hitting your shots and doing all this stuff. But Halo's such an in-depth game that it takes time to get that knowledge on board. So it's going to be some time. I would love to see it. It's one thing I think everyone would love to see, some crazy M&K players coming out. But I think the fact that it's free to play and, you know, you can plug your controller in still is amazing. If you want to get involved with Halo for the first time, then do it. There's no better time than now. Wow, I'm so talented. Well, as a player, when I played, I was always that guy as a support guy, putting shots down all over the place. So I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. I'm the perfect teammate, everybody. I'm the kind of guy that makes you go plus 10, plus 12. Just listen to my call outs. The game's easy. If ZX gave me the call right now, I'd probably have just woken up from a coma or something, because I haven't heard from those guys in a long time. But no, I don't think I could, unless someone like offered me like a ridiculous contract that was gonna secure me financially, then maybe I'd think about it. But like, I love commentary, man. I love commentary. I love the people I work with. I'm very lucky in the fact that like in Halo, I work with my best friends, and there's not many jobs you can say that you do that with. And you know, these are people who live in all different parts of the world. So I don't think I'll be ready to give that up. I love what I do. I work hard at what I do. And yeah, maybe, you never know. Never say never.
I know the fact that you've been an active commentator for many years. What's pushed you to make the switch to coaching specifically?
It was kind of an opportunity I couldn't really turn down. I've been an admirer of these players for so many years, and they have found the transition into Halo Infinite kind of difficult. They've found themselves needing a bit of a fifth voice, and I kind of fell into it really because Jimbo approached me after a couple of bad results online, and these guys wanted to try and reshape things and how they were working. And yeah, it just went from there, really. I guess lack of opportunity to commentate Halo events led me to this point, but I'm so glad that Jimbo and the team approached me because we've been going from strength to strength, I think, ever since I teamed up with them, and the improvement has been awesome. So I've been loving it so far.
That's amazing. I'm so glad to hear that. Well,
Yeah, me
Navi's a
too.
huge organization. And I was wondering what it's like competing under that banner as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure that comes with the Navi name. I remember first encountering them through CSGO all the way back in 2014. I think the first time I saw the Navi CSGO team play, and they were just absolutely out of this world at that point. So good in other FPS titles, and then fast forward, 8 years later, here I am under the same organization.
Here we are.
Yeah, it can be a little bit daunting at times, but the guys have taken it in their stride. Obviously, we had a great placement in Rally. I wasn't with the team at that point. I've only joined recently, but the online stuff, we've hit a few road bumps, but we look to make all the Navi fans proud every single time that we play.
Yeah, Navi seems to have a mixed bag of placements since January, but seems to be a lot more consistent during the series. What's the reason behind that shaky start, and can you tell us what's changed?
Yeah, I think the mentality switch in the recent weeks, I think, has probably led to more consistent results. The main reasoning, the way that I see things, is that online Halo can be so fickle at times. The guys have LAN accolades that kind of speak for themselves. They're definitely, in my mind, LAN players. It's just a shame that the majority of the season, due to COVID and various factors, is played online. But the main switch up with the more consistent results is just a change in mentality. The guys are practicing a lot more. We've flipped our approach on some maps as well with how we want to handle things, and it's been met with positive results from the guys. So yeah, I'd say mainly a switch in mindset has helped us to achieve some more results.
That's awesome. I completely agree with that. For example, Ascend seems to be a lot more loose in the way that they approach Halo, a lot more individualistic, while your team is a lot more coherent, relies on structure, like a team structure. Do you think that's one of the key factors to your potential success in this tournament?
Yeah, I think everyone at this moment in time is trying to crack the code of Ascend. The way we see things, there are definitely weaknesses in their game plan, but at this current moment in time, we're still figuring out how to exploit those weaknesses. Our structure certainly is becoming more and more loose as practice goes on, as we're kind of figuring out and transitioning into Halo Infinite that maybe this old school style of setups and this and that and being more rigid isn't maybe the way that Halo Infinite needs to be played. And the more that we kind of switch that up, the more we're hoping to chase down Ascend. We're not trying to beat them at their own game. We're just trying to figure out how to do that.
That's super cool. You just live and learn.
Yeah,
it's just
exactly.
a matter of time. Well, with what you can disclose, obviously, what actions do you personally plan to implement for Navi to topple not only Ascend, but break out of the top 6 barrier in North America?
Yeah, that's the goal. That is the goal.
It is the goal.
Big key right now in my mind is to keep the guys in the top 8 in North America, and the way that we're doing that already is looking at the spawn areas in the map, making sure that the guys, their main issue is transitioning into Halo Infinite is now like 10-second respawns in some objective game modes, which some of the guys are struggling with their internal clocks to figure out the timing on some rotations and what they can get away with, where they can't push, where they can push. So mainly we've been drilling that, making sure that they can get in their heads that, okay, well, this player's off the map for 10 whole seconds. What can we do with that 10 seconds? Where can we take on the map? Where should we push? Where should we back off? And then in 10 seconds time, where are they going to appear again? Where can we put them back on that 10-second respawn? So that's the main thing we've been drilling up to this event, and of course up to the EU Super in a couple of weeks.
Awesome. That seems really, really helpful. Well, for this event, are there any teams that you really, really wouldn't want to face in this tournament?
I think Quadrant right now, obviously they won the qualifier. They are looking very, very strong online. I don't think that's a team that we would want to face at this moment in time. Obviously, Ascend haven't lost online with their full roster in a good chunk of time. We're talking over a year now, so maybe Ascend would be in that category as well. I think anyone other than those teams we're not counting out, but we're definitely looking past. I think Quadrant and Ascend are our two main rivals.
I know that you guys spoke on how the online era of gaming, now with COVID, has affected your mindsets, but are there any specific difficulties that Navi's faced with the online era? Or has it been kind of just smooth sailing some parts and hard bumps the other?
Definitely some bumps. More bumps than smooth sailing, I would
Fair
say, but smooth seas don't make skilled sailors, so we're trying to roll through some of the rough patches. We've definitely not had the internet resources, shall we say, that maybe other teams have benefited from. So we've had a few of our players at times. Respectful's internet is absolutely woeful. I think some people have seen videos of 2Foxy's gameplay regularly. He's just glitching around the map. The game doesn't even look like a game, you know, that everyone else is playing at the same time. So yeah, he looks like he's in a completely different server to everyone else. So yeah, it's been a struggle, but I think it will help the guys' mentality when they get back to the LAN events, where the game is obviously as smooth as you like, that they will have weathered those storms and come through with some good results.
It's all life experience. Everything
Exactly.
helps us get better. Well, to wrap this up, I was going to ask, what's your favorite bird?
My favorite bird? It's a good question. Am I allowed to say blue tit? Will that be
absolutely.
censored? Blue tit?
No,
Yeah, I think
you're
I
right.
like a nice blue tit. I think it's a good
Fair.
bird.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Morga from the Lads. How are you doing today, Morga?
Good. I'm doing great. Thank you for having
That's
me, guys.
fantastic. We'd love to hear that. Well, welcome, first of all. And I have to start off with a question that is in the lead up to the event. The Lads have been making strides in global Halo. What's the future looking like, in your opinion?
It's looking good. As in, you're asking for the team, right? As in how our team is doing, or more the game? Well, the team is
everything.
The team is doing great. So we've been practicing pretty much every single day and putting a lot of work in to try to reach the top and beat Ascend basically off that #1 spot. The competition right now is very, very even and very competitive. So yeah, it's going well.
Well, you guys seem to be great pals. Does that dynamic better help you compete as a team, do you think?
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, me and Rob been teaming for quite some time, and we know each other from a long back in H5 even. We teamed for quite some time. A team with Kieran before. I've never quit a team with Chris until recently. But yeah, well, I knew him beforehand, so definitely that helps a lot when you know each other very well.
So I know I just asked about the state of your team, but what do you think about the state of EU Halo? What direction do you think it's going to start moving in?
Good question. EU Halo, I think it's starting to close up. I think it's starting to close the gap. I know a lot of people be saying it over and over, and it's been said a lot of times. But I think Ascend is definitely a new team that brings a lot of power, and you know is really like upping the level in Europe. So people really try to compare themselves or trying to beat Ascend. And basically means that the European scene is getting better and better each time. Which will be good, obviously, to beat NA, because that's obviously the final goal to reach some high seedings in NA. So yeah.
Your team has made a massive impact when you first entered the HCS competition, but now your team seems to be teetering around the top 6/8 margin. What key methods do you have in your back pocket to achieve the top 4+ again?
I feel very confident that we're gonna get top 4 again. We reached top 4 consistently over the Pro Series. We've not been doing as well in the Open Series, and mainly because I wasn't a big fan of the tournament format. It was like 12-hour tourneys, and obviously that's a bad excuse for playing bad. But I know that we have what it takes to win. And recently we've been playing very well. Our scrims is going very good. So I'm very confident that we're back on top pretty much.
I have a personal question, if that's all right. What led up to the design choice behind your logo? I'm personally a huge fan of the LODs, but I wanted to get an inside look at the creative direction that took place in creating such a magnificent logo.
That's a funny one. Basically, me and Rob teamed that we made up the boys first when we went to Rally to America, and then obviously we made two roster changes, so we changed it up to the lads because we didn't have an orc at the time. And then there was a guy on Twitter who was making some logos, and instead of the lads, he kind of made it look like the Lods. And then basically we're like, oh, we'll just go from there. It was a good, cool design, and we went with that. We did get picked up by an amazing orc, which will be announced on Wednesday, the 16th or 15th. Which will be amazing, but more to come on that.
That's amazing. I'm super happy for you guys. Well, I also know that your brother is competing as part of the Lods.
Right, yes.
What's it like with the family dynamic while also being a part of a professional team together?
It's cool. It's cool. It's very, very cool to having two brothers together, and we live with each other next to, and we're sitting. He's actually sitting next to me right now. So it's cool to have a dynamic of having. Yeah, a brother competing. There's a lot of brothers actually in the Halo scene in general, so it's cool to have to be a part of that as well.
One last question for you as an authentic Dutch man. What's your favorite snack from the Netherlands? I'd like to know.
Right. I'll have to give it to the frikandel, which is a common Dutch thing, and then yeah, the Dutch people will know.
I see. Well, thank you so much. I had such an amazing time having you on, and you've been amazing. Thanks so much again.
No worries. Thank you for having me, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Welcome back, everybody, from that amazing game that we had. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. We expected wins from Quadrant, seen especially by SLG and Fragger, but Lenny was a surprise on Slayer, as well as Flux on Oddball. We can have a look at some of the highlights, but I want you and Lethal to talk me through them if possible. Blank?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that game was very interesting, to say the least. I think that just looking at it from an analytical perspective, you know, Quadrant were just so good when it came to like control game. I mean, to be honest with you, when we checked out, honestly, a lot of the matches, specifically Streets Control, you know, the fragging potential was actually higher on Blackhand, but Quadrant were just able to stagger a lot of those respawns, make sure that they staggered those control points, Lethal. And I don't really think that Blackhand were able to get a toe in at any point.
No, they certainly couldn't. The problem for Blackhand is the fact that the Slayers weren't really, you know, too different in comparison, just much better objective efficiency, and that's when you've got the speed coming into play. It's the fact that you're slaying and trying to do objective at the exact same time. At the time as well, Quadrant were having constantly 3B, 1A and just making back and forth rotations, which is why they crit Cat so often, playing on Purple Ben and Calf. It was just, and Subway, of course, it was very difficult. And on this map in particular, on going on to Recharge Slayer, it was very even, very back and forth, and I think the turning point was halfway stage where some of the members of Blackhand were just very heavily separated during that halfway point, and just constantly getting counted with numbers. And going into the third one here, I think it was a bad start for Blackhand. They got 4 dead back to back around dummies, one of the most open spots, of course, on this map. And yeah, you're right though, what Yarden said, Flux and Lundy did have a few flary moments, didn't they?
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
I mean, 17-17 first game, 17-11 second game. It was kind of crazy, and I felt like they did the lion's share of the work. Just very quickly, before we head up the bracket, you know, I completely agree with you on there on live fire, but there was one thing that struck me massively, which was the full reset from Quadrant right at the beginning when they had 4 dead. But I feel like it was more intentional than we might have thought, because they just wanted to get themselves all out of the picture and then back in the frame afterwards.
Looks like our second game is going to be Quadrant versus Ascend, one of the few best EU teams in our tournament, and I'm really excited to see these two clashed against each other. What are your predictions for this spicy matchup?
It's going to be a much closer affair, isn't it, Blank? I think we have to agree, compared to what it was when they had Nuix, because Shad seems to be more on the front line, being able to establish some kind of dominance from the get-go, and this is what we like to see. Someone to make those game-changing plays in order to create a cause and effect really method, and then be able to pan up from there and just complement with all the damage they have in total as a team overall towards the end of each matchup here. But it should be much closer. I do assume that Ascend should take this 3-1. I don't think Quadrant are going to just let him be a complete walkover, but I would like to see upset. It's like we said before, we haven't seen Ascend lose a series in like over a year. It's actually pure filth, the fact that they haven't done that. It's not the fact that they've dropped into a loser bracket and then came back or anything like that. They've always said in winners. They've always won every single online tournament. Then it's just ridiculous. And just a quick ad before Pastor Blank is the fact that Method to Madness, you know, they're in the semis. They've already broken their top 8, you know, top 12 kind of barrier, beating well, I don't know if it was a demolish or not against Vexed, but yeah, it was Vexed are going to be feeling Vexed, aren't they, Blank?
Yeah, I would 100% agree. I mean, look, I might have, you know, put a little jinx on them there at the beginning where I said, if you get picked up by an org, you need to start doing badly. But really happy for Method to Madness. Anyway, like you said, great storyline set up earlier where, you know, they have broken through that ceiling. My prediction is a 3-2, Quadrant's favour. I've got to go against you here, Lethal, to be honest with you. I'm sorry. After that game with the lads where it went all the way versus Ascend, like, that is, something's off. Something's off here, and maybe this is where Quadrant can find their in.
Absolutely. Well, we can go ahead and take a look at those points in better quality when we look at the roster. We can go ahead and see Quadrant up ahead. We have SLG, Shad, Chick, and Fragger. I finally said it right. What are you guys' opinions on this roster?
I'm going to let you take this one, Blank. I kind of feel like every time I talk about Quadrant, this is Shad.
Yeah, dude, honestly, look, I think you covered this team in great detail already. And now that we've been able to check and play, you know, honestly, I think Shad, yes, I agree with you now, Statue, but Statue with laser beams coming out of their eyes, to be honest with you, because there have been a couple of moments where he wasn't even strafing, it was just a case of, like, I have great crosshair placement and I will just beam you. But Fragger was really standing out to me in that previous game. He looked really, really strong, very, very quick movement, fast plays, and he was quite pivotal to a lot of moments. And, you know, we were looking at Recharge, I think you might have mentioned it already, but they had a lot of middle map control where they were just separating the guys from Blackhand, and that was pivotal. The thing is, I don't think that Ascend's going to let them do that as much to them as they maybe were able to do it to Blackhand, but I think Fragger was really, really critical in unleashing that kind of tactic versus Blackhand, but I'd love to see him do the same here versus Ascend.
Well, we've seen their players, we've seen their plays. Let's throw it to Ascend's roster and see their lineup. We have Shady, Snipe Drone, Legend, and Sika.
And
what are your guys' opinions on this lineup?
I don't care what anyone says at the moment. So Snipe Drone and Legend are currently the best in Europe by any means. They've got everything they need in their arsenal. Legend for his speed and agility and how he just is crucial attack points, his decision making, everything he does. Snipe Drone, on the other hand, he's in terms of his agility, it's not there, but what makes him such a great player is the perfect offensive and defensive balance. If you watch his streams or if you just watch him play in general by enemies just observing, just even standard matchmaking, the perfect balance I'm talking about is the fact that he always has like a 3 or 5 second rule of being near one of his teammates at all times, if it's baiting himself or baiting someone else, and always make sure that he always has a get out of jail free card and doing the damage. He does everything that needs and required, and also a very good all-rounder indeed. He's always played exactly the same. He's always one of those players who tried and errored everything in his arsenal in order to be the player he currently is. And it's just ridiculous what Snipe Drone can do. And having the likes of Legend there and Shady as well, just literally just flying at you, all guns blazing. But
yeah,
the only problem I have with this team is there is a lot of weaknesses, a huge amount actually. I'm not going to elaborate now because probably save it for another date or a later date, so to speak, when I go into a bit more detail. But there's a lot of weaknesses there, which I notice every single time without fail. No one has capitalized on yet, because the only way you can do is have a bit more structure and a few more setups in order just to control what they're up to. Because at this point, they're just run and gun. They have they rely on a huge amount in terms of their what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like their initiation, like just on their intuition, just and also improvising overall. Exactly, like just improvising any small moment here and there, but. At some stage, that's going to bite them on the backside, where some of these teams who are a little bit more structured will definitely be able to counteract that. And I kind of feel like it's a matter of time. Yes, Ascend are the current dynasty, but if someone on the Ascend roster does create a little bit more structure for this lineup and be able to turn things down a peg and be able to sort things out a little bit, then we could be seeing a roster which could break into the top 4 worldwide, globally.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Quadrant, just very individualistic players, both teams, I'd say. Both just absolute machines. Let's go ahead and talk about maps. That's where it's going to be making it or breaking it. First of all, we have, on the first lineup, we have one of the maps that we love, Bazaar. Bazaar is going to be our first map of the evening, then Streets, then Recharge, Live Fire, and Aquarius. It's a best of 5 semi-final game. What are your guys' opinions on this?
It's very spooky, to be honest with you. Starting on Bazaar, on Capture the Flag, this is full Halloween. You know, we're sending us back to October here because it is a hard map to play, and I can't understate this because it is really, really difficult to make sure you have the openings that you need to get that flag through front gate, to get it past into bunker, right? It is difficult. Going even past sewers is really, really hard. And a lot of these teams have set up these nade throws, these nade tosses. You know, I've got the Bulldog behind the double doors now. There is a lot of ways you can effectively counter some of the plays that are coming out. I think that, you know, the swiftness that we might see come through from the guys on Ascend might help them out here, but Quadrant really needs to stick to their guns and keep this control that they're really, really starting to master now in check, because I think if they let Ascend run away with it on Bazaar, you know, you could quickly be up 3 flags, and at that point, you know, if you haven't got any, it is so hard to chase that scoreline down.
Yeah, Bizarre CTF. A lot of people liked it before the just before the game was released or during its like beta,
Yeah.
you could say. And now it's just all the rage. Ever since Aquarius CTF came out, they were just like, oh, you know, forget Bizarre CTF. Can't be asked anymore. It's just so annoying because
So
everyone's so
difficult.
used to just flying at each other, aren't they? But you can't do that. It's slow. It's methodical. You have to surgically dissect each and every part on the map, and you have to really be careful about what decisions you make here, because one full swoop and then you could be all fall down, and then that's going to be curtain call, flag pull, spawn lockers or shotgun. That's it, you're done for. It's just as simple as that. But then again, at the same time, you get a few scallywags being able to get away on spawn, get behind them on their flag, and then be able to do the exact same thing and go on that counter attack. So the first one is going to be a doozy. Hopefully Quadrant, they might not be a fan of the game type either, but it should give them a bit of edgeway into this series.
Yeah, I think so. I think looking at a couple of more maps, I would like to see that same quadrant we saw versus Black Hand there on Recharge.
Yeah.
I really did enjoy that playstyle. It was very, very cool. And I think one thing that I definitely identified just from that game was a quick decisions made by the team. For instance, you know, you saw Black Hand grouping up around A. There's an immediate refocus from Quadrant. Let's take A with numbers, and then they push them out. So they need to do something similar there to Ascend. Again, it is just that control versus agility lethal that you've mentioned so many times, and I completely agree with you, man.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
Well, after the break, Jackie and Davey are going to pick up the stream with this spicy matchup. So join us after for this semi-final after the break.
Welcome back to the Halo Chamber EU Open. For our second time tonight, Davey, we get to go out like a DJ MC duo, and this time we're talking over Quadrant versus Ascend. This kind of is the battle of the best, really. This is basically our grand final in the semis.
Yeah, this is the big one. This is what you guys have been saying, that these two are pretty much the top two teams. If they were on opposite sides of the bracket, you would have expected them to meet in the finals. So now we are going to get to see them actually in this semi-final, which I'm excited for because, you know, the last one, it was kind of a stomp, right, that we saw was a quick 3-0. Blackhand just not able to really put up that much of a fight. We did see on the last game of the last map, though, they put up a bit more of a fight, so that was great. But I'm looking forward to actually seeing what two of the best teams in the event can do against each other in the semi-final because, you know, it's not going to be a final, but it's still, you know, at the end of the day, these two teams are going to be definitely giving it.
Oh, they will be, mate. They will come out swinging. And to start us off, we get a bit of a different flavor as well. We're on Bazaar, and we're going to be opening it up with Capture the Flag, a bit of CTF, mate. Now, Ascend, back on day one, we didn't have the gameplay, of course, because we had the issue with the broadcast, but Ascend picked up one of the quickest games of CTF I have ever witnessed. Blink and you'd miss it, mate. So if they can have a similar sort of flavor here, it would be ridiculous. The caveat to that being, it is Bazaar. We're not expecting all of the caps to come in. This is going to be a slower, more methodical style game, Davey. So hopefully we get a really quality opener.
Yeah, the lanes on this map make it just that little bit more difficult to push up and get those easy caps, right? You have to make it so far, and with all the elevation changes as well, it does just make it that little bit more difficult to get those early caps in. They're looking for these early fights, and just not able to find it. We do see that quick trade over there, the melees going either way. So just a 1-for-1, and there it is. SLG going down, and that's the first time, you know, he's been absolutely massive for this Quadrant team. And right now, Ascend is picking up. You know, they're winning these slaying battles to start this one off.
Nice play as well. Calculated stuff. Legend grabs the spanker and does a bit of spanking on the bottoms of the Quadrant players. Opens it up, uses the follow-up rocket as well to shut down Chick, and he's going aggro. Tried to stay alive, but bites off a little bit more than he can chew. And we do see it falling back in their favor now, being able to at least keep themselves alive, but maybe I've spoke too soon. They clean up on the re-entry. You've now only got 2 players up for Quadrant, and the flag is on the move.
Yeah, and make that one player up as SLG again loses his life. And like you said, the flag is moving. He's going for this one, Jack, and this might be that early cap. It looks like he's getting so close if his teammates are here to defend him, which they are. Wow, okay, and a very quick cap to start this one off.
God damn.
Dominant.
I didn't think we'd see it on Bazaar, but there you go, mate. Ascend, just doing Ascend things.
Look at that, just 4-1, 4-2, 4-2. Even Sika's just 1-0, right? Hasn't had a whole lot to do. But that opening flag cap, very quick. Ascend winning out on these. And look at that. They double up on him. We see great teamwork from Ascend on these pushes.
Good spacing. The battles are always in their advantage as well. Taking these fights 2 versus 1. Again, SLG falls. Awkward encounter. Where Legend's going to duck his head down, get out of dodge and stay alive. He'll back off and grab himself a couple of spikes as well. One of them actually sticking up the wall, barely misses on tagging out towards Shade, so he will fall. And they do at least bring back some normality into this game.
Yeah, there were some good trades there that we saw. Lots of fighting towards that bottom side, and now Quadrant, they're waking up. That's Chick. He's got a couple multi-frags now. They're pushing in. Can he find this kill on the Legend? This is going to be so huge. He does get it, but right there, very quick. Able to trade that one out.
I wanted to get a little bit more, and it seems like that Bulldog is barking and biting. Now finally, the flag has been grabbed. It's going to be back on the move. It's in the back pocket of Chick, a very big pocket that it would have to be to support that massive pole. And the kills are coming back in, so they've at least slowed it down. The flag's been dropped towards the middle. Oh, the awkward beat down as well. Towards the rocket spawn. Doesn't work the way they wanted it to. I've got it on the move again. SLG slightly further pushing it. His teammate's going to swoop by. They should actually counter cap here. Bring us back to a 1-to-1.
Yeah, massive slaying there from the side of Quadrant. They were finally able to wake up. The game started all Ascend. The Quadrant was able to wake up and find those trade backs. See the rockets now coming into play, and there it is from Snipe Drone. Finds the first one, cannot get the second though. SLG gets 2 back for himself. Not only that, picks up the rockets with the beatdown. And they've got 3 kills, Jack. They're pushing forward.
That's a clean triple. Issue is spawns aren't going to work in their favor. The Lazarus effect as players start to come back from the dead. Leave Quadrant 6 foot under. Drop off from Chick, trying to play alive. Awkward 1v1 there as he flicks up. Legend barely gets away. still alive and kicking. There will be a trade onto him. Up top towards Bar as well. Seeker peering down, spots him out. Wanted to use the thruster pack to keep himself in the fight, but can't. He'll fall. Shady goes the same way as well. So they're keeping the pressure applied at least. They're cauterizing the bleeding. You can see Ascend just playing complete defense here towards spawn.
They're just pushing right up, and there's actually a big kill from Snipe Drone. The second one found as well. Ooh, they just cannot trade anything back as Ascend finds 3, and now they can go for a push on this flag. Respawns are coming in, but they're pushed up together. They're still grouping, and Shad, the only man to defend this left side, and he's not able to do it as Legend finds the headshot. And now again, we see the push. We see this teamwork. Fragger gets one back, but still 3 players drop, and they're going to grab this flag, and now they just need to bring it back.
It's a lot like I am Legend right now, because he's the only human left alive on the server for the side of Ascend, and he is making mad moves, sprints the whole way across with the flag, and he is just covering all the ground, gets it back towards the double doors. His teammate are in close proximity as well to try and grab that. They nade on top. You have to get this frag. You can't afford the fall here. Snipe Drone goes down because of it. Leaves him in a bit of a rough spot. We'll tuck back in, grab the dynamos. So he's got those electro bros in his back pockets. That will soften up the opposition. Spike spam as well towards Bar. You don't want that in your martini.
No, absolutely not. That'd be the worst possible scenario. You got to take a drink, your face blows off. Be a complete nightmare. Quadrant still having a bit of a nightmare in this game as well, as they are just getting slayed. Snipe Drone drops down, gets that kill, and that was 4 players dead. So now, Ascend, they push forward and they take control of this middle area. They have control of these choke points. They're pushed up. Can they continue to find these kills? They've been able to do it so far, as we see Legend waiting for the recharge on the shield, finds the beatdown. That's 2 players down. The side of Quadrant, flag has been rescued, and they're trying to bring it back. Oh, Legend needs to win out on these fights, but so low on HP. Fragger's able to find him. And that flag does get dropped. They weren't able to bring it all the way back just yet. Big nade kill.
Need to get the reset off. They brawl. Both of them trying to be boxing champions there. It seems like they will get the re. They've been able to send it back to base. So no cheeky plays from Ascend. Somewhat normality. Here's the big issue. Rockets have been grabbed. Shady with that spanker comes in, cleans up, and overshields down as well. He tried to burn it but couldn't get it off. So now you've given that extra stature to him. Sees him on a close corner, gets the double kill because of it. Full Elton John, and he's given it the big one. Sprints up towards the site, ready to just shut them all down. He's the human hatchet, Davey, chopping them to bits.
That overshield just being so effective. He's going for his 5th in a row as he finds it. Fragger trading one back onto Snipe Drone, and he's still here. He's still going. Flag is grabbed, and he's trying to bring this one back. His team is there to help. They did kill all 4 players for Quadrant, so they just need to make a run for it. Still with the Rockets.
Flag on the move. Gets it all the way back towards Palm Tree, and Palm's chick straight in the face with the BR burst. His teammates are on deck to assist him as well. Surely this should be their second cap of the game. There is nothing that can be done from Quadrant. Oh, they will get it in. They will shut down any sneaky stuff. To Ascend, finally take the lead again. We go 2-1 so far here on CTF Bazaar.
What a play from Shady. Pushing up, like you said, with the Rockets, grabbed that overshield, was able to not activate it and push forward and get that double kill with the Rockets on the players trying to defend that push. Grabs the flag, and he wasn't done there either. He got 3 or 4 more kills on his way back, too. Shady was an absolute monster, single-handedly bringing back that flag for his team. And that this time, Shad just not able to connect that. Kills are going all the way of Ascend right now. Chick does trade one back. Looking for more. This is Sika here. Tons of damage as Shady finds another kill onto SLG. One of the big fraggers for this Quadrant side in the first game. Sika just not able to find anything. Shad from above. And there's the overshield activated. This time it's on Fragger.
Got the overshield off. Will he be able to go off on an absolute stomp? Seems likely. Bullets into the back there of Legend. He'll be buckled. Actually gets away with 2 and the follow-up as well. lands the melee on Shady. Clearly not the real Slim Shady because he's not standing up anymore. And now they're back towards base as well. They picked up the flag and they can get this moving. Try and claw the game back to a 2-2 scoreline. They spot out on Shady off the respawn, round towards the Mangler, and he will get mangled quite literally. Awkward encounter over by the Dynamos as well. This is looking like they've got momentum now, Davey. It's all the way back towards base. They're a few seconds out, and they're delaying the push. Legend's the only one that gets an opener, but the flag's right there.
It's so close, but with all these players here pushed up close, they need to find the kills first, and they do as Fragger wins out onto Sika, but Shady's right there, and he's the one who grabs it, picks up that flag. Oh, and this is getting so close now, Jack. These teams are brawling. Grab that rescue. Rockets in the hand of Legend. We've seen what they can do so far on this map. All these tight corners. Rockets can just be so effective. As Fragger goes down as well. Shady does trade one back, but Shad finds Snipe Drone on the other side of the map, and there's the Rockets. There's the kill from Legend. And there's only one player left up for Quadrant, and that's Chick. So the respawns are now finally coming in, but Legend again with these Rockets, denying. And so there is that another flag cap as they go up 3-2. Side of Ascend in the lead, not only in flags, but also in fragging.
Absolutely. Legend did a great job of slowing down the push. The respawns were so skewed from the rocket spam. Whoa. Big dinks from a distance, though. Fragger, he was softening them up, but he won't be able to take them down. And meanwhile, in the backline, look at this. Legend, he's always in base.
Oh.
This is ridiculous. They've got the flag on the move. They're going to be able to get it back out towards Dynamos once again. This could actually be a fourth cap.
It could be if Sika's the one defending his teammate there. And look, yeah, they're going back for it, Jack. I don't think there's anybody to stop this. This is going to be the fourth. Quadrant very much on the back foot. Yep.
That's all it took. Legend has been absolutely ridiculous in the way he's been able to create space here on Bazaar. Snipe Drone's just stuck in a corner as well, giving his position away. But Chick, what can you do? It seemed like he was debating whether or not he wanted to try and go for a risky maneuver through double doors up towards base, but instead, he's flanking around, launches out the nade, takes so much damage, and he'll fall. Legend gets the shot off from the sideline. And at this point, Davey, you're up by 2 frags. There's not too much time left. We're down to about a minute on the clock. If they just keep playing this fragging game, they'll get the win here.
They're not just playing the frag game. They're trying to bring this flag back yet again. Look at him. He's making a run for it. They're trying to find him. They're trying to hunt him down. Can't connect the shot. Finally does. So close. But the flag is still right there. They need to win out on these frags if they want any chance of this. Flag is going to get returned, but like you said, it doesn't really matter at this point. How Snipe Drone finds 2?
How has he got away with that? The flag will be reset, but there's only 30 seconds left, so the opportunity for Quadrant to take this map is dead and gone. And Ascend will be ascending to have a 1-map advantage here in the best of 5. This is our semi-final for the Halo Chamber EU Open, and Ascend come out with a trailblazing opener and have maintained that pace the whole way through the game.
They really have. We saw it early. There was some trades back and forth with the flags. It was tight for a while. Ascend, I mean, it really did just come down to the fragging, right? Like, you could just see Ascend. Even take a look over at the scoreboard. Not a single player in the negatives for Ascend. Legend, look at that. Look at their score lines just across the board. And Shady with that massive play with the Rockets, too. That was a huge factor. That was their 3rd cap. That was the one that gave them the lead. And it was off the back of Shady, killing that player before he's able to activate the overshield, taking it for himself, pushing forward with the Rockets. Massive multi-frags across the board. Grabs that flag, and even bringing the flag back. He's like, no, I'm just going to toss it down. I'll get even more kills for you.
He just went absolutely nuclear in that game, mate. Huge plays, and this is what we were talking about on the analyst desk. The individual ability from Ascend is just above and beyond what some of these players are ready for. They're so fast, they're so aggressive, but they make it work time and time again. It's a walking highlight reel for Legend on these highlights. It's gotta be. He was in spawn 24 seconds, just ruining them.
Yeah, and big thing to point out, too, is it seemed like Ascend was... I'm pretty sure Ascend was the only team that got the Rockets the whole game. I think Fragger might have had it one time. right? So Ascend had control of those rockets, and it was such a huge difference. They would be so influential on those pushes for the flags. Every single time somebody would get it, you would see at least 2 kills coming out from them. So controlling those rockets on this map, especially in a capture the flag scenario, just becomes so important.
And this was the play from Shady we were talking about
this
as
was
well.
wild.
He just went off here. The double kill on the Rockets as well. Knew that Fragger was there, but gets 2 of them for free, and then did not stop there. Just kept going, constantly applying pressure, and comes away with the flag cap off the back of it. And this is when it actually looked like Quadrant had established some sort of control on the game as well. He single-handedly just scrubbed that off, went in mop and bucket and cleaned up.
I think he must have got 7 kills on this flag cap run, if not 8. Oh, he does get 8. Yeah, this is his 8th right here. Look at that. What an unbelievable performance from him. Grabs the flag, is single-handedly fighting off all of Quadrant. It's got beatdowns, it's got rocket kills, it's got BR kills, right? We got everything in there.
It was amazing, mate. A hell of a play. Out there slaying in CTF. You know, we were saying that we're probably not expecting to see this being won out on flag caps. It very nearly was. Ascend at one point looked like they had in the game in the bag, just off getting the flag caps in, but they didn't need to. Played it slow and ground out the game. And that's the way our opening map goes. Of course, it is at least the best of 5. So for Quadrant, if they somehow want to break that streak and be the first to take a win against the Sens full roster, you can do it. You just have to get into the game early. You can't drop another map here, really.
Yeah, is our next one Slayer? Is that what we have up next on this? I'm actually not sure. Yeah, it is Slayer. So we are going to be on streets with the Slayer. And based on what we just saw, Ascend firmly feeling like they're going to be able to go up 2-0 on this one. Massive slaying potential from their side, especially on Bazaar right there. We just saw how good these guys can be. It's going to be important to get control of those upgrades.
Absolutely, mate. The rocket spawn going to be pivotal to give you an early edge. Curious to see what we'll have, what the starting strategy will be as well. You see that bulldog grabbed early from Ascend. Be careful. That bad boy is a rabid dog and it will be taking your legs clean off. This is our second map here on streets. So let's see who can do the damage. Early nade spam out towards the rocket spawn. Chick going aggro. He's grabbed the bulldog, strips the shield, doesn't get the kill. Instead, it's a trade as SLG will fall and they bite back with 1.
Yeah, that grenade coming back their way, and actually it's going to be Quadrant taking the early lead, but no, it's back and forth. It's not at all Ascend getting that second kill to go up 2-1. Very early aggression we saw from both teams. It's SLG trying to push forward. They're grouping up with each other here so we can see both teams opposite side of the map but grouped up together. And this fight's going to happen down towards bottom middle. Not able to connect the shots. We see the trade and there it is from Snipe Drone. Landing that kill from distance. Snowballing his team's lead just that little bit more now, 4-2. You can look at this team play from Ascend. They're pushing up together. They're trusting Snipe Drone to be able to hold this one down on his own. The nades come out, doing just a bit of damage, but he's able to fall back, and Quadrant not feeling like chasing him. Oh, Legend with a double kill on the other side of the map.
Big pickup.
Oh, make that 3.
He's still going, man. He's still living the movie. From Bazaar with the way he's playing this one. Oh, shot from afar as well. Shady. Up on top, peeking into tires, and gives an oil change over to Quadrant. Still wants more. Will be obliterated in the back line as the laser will start to cut its way through them. The microwave heating things up. Seeker will go down, and they're getting back into the game. They do have a disadvantage here, though, in the battle of attrition. They grab the bulldog, close range, dives in, misses the gut shot, but his teammate will bail him out. So SLG helping massively there. They're only a couple of kills down, but it's not looking great. Clash towards tires doesn't really go his way, although the re-peak dives over the top, a sick move onto Seeker, and there we go. Legends buckled to the bulldog, and he keeps on going, a trade as well.
Yeah, trade and mealees there, but that's a massive swing for Quadrant, and they've managed to pick this up. Now, we talked about this. This is huge. Quadrant making sure they focused on this game. Those rockets can be so effective, especially when a guy like Legend is popping off like he is right now. 5-2 on the scoreboard. Snipe Drone right there behind him. Oh, and there it is, able to find that one with the rockets. We talked about how influential, how important they can be. Is he going to be able to find it? No, the rocket just not enough to find the kill. He ends up going down, but the mealees coming in as Fragger Gets that trade back, so this game getting closer and closer as Quadrant slowly whittles away this lead that Ascend had.
It's tight. This man could be the difference maker. Issue is he won't be quick enough. Sika will go down. SLG gets the frag. Moves back round towards the balcony as well. Picks up the Stalker rifle, firing out the warning shots, and his teammates will take him down. The weakened opponents. You currently have the lead, but it's gone by one frag. Back to a 20-21 split. It's always so tight. Anytime it looks like they're going to get into the game, Ascend start to shut them down. Brilliant spam though from Chick. Hits all of his shots, goes in for seconds, and takes a big bite out of them, leaving us 23-22. Scratch that. Snipe drone up on top. He wants to get a double here, and he's going to get it for free.
Quadrant has done such a good job fighting back, but right there, Snipe Drone able to just by himself get those multi-frags in the advanced positions, and this battle not won out by Chick. That's actually Sika who wins that one. I thought for sure he was going to be going down. Instead, Chick's just not able to connect it. Shady with one more. Oh, this push is coming in. He's surrounded. At best, he gets the 1-for-1. Not bad in the situation he was in.
The issue is, though, the grand scheme of the game. 5 frags of difference now. It's Quadrant getting a bigger and bigger lead, and look at the flank, stalking up in the rear, skulking behind them with the shotty. Big Papa Pump comes out to play, and he'll slay with a double kill. Gets the rockets as well. Shady's on a tear.
Shady not only getting the 2 kills, but like you said, getting control of this rocket spawn. Tossing the nade up top. We see trades come out in the kill feed, and actually SLG with a multi, but Shady's here. He's in the back. He's causing problems. They need to turn. They need to deal with him, but they can't, and he just backs up. He's just going to keep himself alive. Switches out to that Bulldog, gets the reload in, finds the player. Rocket's not able to connect as he tries to push forward, but he's getting shot in the back. Now he's trying to get out, but can't. Chick finds him, so he does eventually go down, but not before he gets a few kills. As Ascend find themselves up by 5 now. Very close game here to end this one off. I mean, 5 kills, it's not a whole lot. Quadrant can definitely bring this back. Now just down to 4. And they've been fragging out. Ascend got a very early lead. And Quadrant's just been slowly bringing it back closer and closer. Now just to 3.
The gap is closing. If they get control of the game, they need to hold on to it. Towards Arcade. Sika. He's caught out. Slain by the shotty. He'll fall to the Bulldog. They've got map control as well now. They're actually getting into the groove of things. There is a trade on the stairs. We see the fists being thrown. SLG potentially throwing this one, though. Actually gets away. Somehow still alive and kicking. He peeks back up, and they find the frag. Sika falls because of it. 38 rather to 39, as they actually do get the scoreline completely tied up. This could be everything for them, Davey. Get into the groove of the game here with the final 10 frags of difference. This is where this game will be decided on streets.
Yeah, we're going down to just the last few kills here as Snipe Drone is the first person to put his team up. And now that's the second beatdown. 42-40. Snipe Drone still on his tear. 13-8 on the scoreboard. Now gets shut down, put down. As Shady is looking for a trade. He's got a decent flank here. Jack, can he connect the shots? No. Decides to back up, dropping the nades on top of SLG as he tries to push forward. Not able to find the fight. Groups up with his teammate. Sika finds one across the map, but there's the nade. Falls down on top of him. We see 2 kills traded back either way. Legend getting the one onto SLG. 1 kill is all that separates these 2 teams.
Rockets giving them an edge. 45-43. Ascend ever so slightly ahead here. You can see how tight this game is. They don't want to give away frags for free. Shade will get 1, back onto Snipe Drone. Shady will trade it, and this is an awkward 1v2. If Fragger pulls this off, it could close the gap between them. They stumble slightly. The nades is going to rip him to pieces, but it will be the melee that shuts down Sika, and we're back at a 47-47 stance. Sliding out towards middle, looking to turn this game into a fast for Ascend. That's what's on the minds of Quadrant, but they have to keep the pressure applied. Awkward battle towards Bulldog as well. Oh, Davey, it's all tied up still.
And you can see both teams now at 47-47, not wanting to take any unnecessary fights, not wanting to push forward on their own. They're all grouped up together. They want to try to find that one isolated player making a mistake, and nobody wants to be the player that makes that mistake. Nade comes in, just a little bit of damage, and they're pushing up on the left now, and they go down. Shady finds the kill onto Fragger. That's a huge kill to find. 48-47, and now they're separated. They're down numbers, but Chick and Sika get 1 back apiece, and there it is. Ascend as close as it can be. 50-48. so unbelievably close. Quadrant brought it so far back. They made that one so much more intense. But in the end, they're the ones who bite first. You can see both teams, they had a stalemate there. They had a standoff. Nobody wanted to push. Quadrant decides to. They separate. There's 2 on one side, 2 on the other. So as soon as they did that, Ascend just collapsed on the 2 pushing on that left side. And at the end of the day, that's all it took.
They knew they could just work as a unit. They shut them down on the push, and it didn't work. That final fight in Tram decides the whole game. And what a game it was. It does leave Ascend now 2-0 up in our best of 5, getting closer and closer to stamping their ticket into the grand finals to try and get that lion's share of the prize pot, the 1.5k that's up for grabs. And Quadrant, like we were saying in the pre-game, Davey, if they go 2 maps down, is there even a chance that they can turn it around and somehow pull off a reverse sweep? Because that's what we're looking at now.
I mean, there's always that chance, right? Especially the Slayer game was so close. You know, depending on the players, it can go either way. When you lose a close game like that, it could either be the guys that was so close, but seriously, just this one little thing goes our way and we win that. Don't worry about it. Like, that was, you know, that was awesome. Or, you know, some people get very disappointed when they lose a game that's that close because they feel like that was in our hands. We had it, and then we you know, one mistake, and that's the reason why we didn't win it. So players can beat themselves up over it as well. It really depends on the mentality of this team.
It really does. Again, Legend as well, making moves. Sicko with some clutch frags throughout the game. Fragger had some big moments for Quadrant, but it just wasn't enough. This is one of those 1v2s as well that could have gone slightly better for them, and that's the end of the game there. That's the way that chapter was closed. And the next map is actually going to be Recharge. We've got Oddball for the game type as well, Davey. So maybe, just maybe, there is an opening opportunity for them here. If you can get in, use that skill they have as a roster, the little bit more structure that we're seeing from Quadrant, that could potentially be their edge to get into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had a really strong performance in that last series on Oddball, so wouldn't be surprised to see a very similar thing. Although, you know, it's all about the maps, man. It's all about who feels more comfortable on the specific map, and we're just not going to know until we get into this one. But man, I think this map is really fun to watch personally. The way that those backhauls work across and the balconies as well. You can get so many cool lines of sight that if you're not grouped together, if you're not playing as a team, it could really go downhill fast.
Well, here we go. Hold on to your hats. Get your seat belts ready and strap in. Because this should be an explosive affair no matter what the outcome is. Ascend taking on Quadrant. Our 2 big dogs of the EU Halo scene here, duking it out in what's been a hell of a best of 5 already. We'll see if there'll be a delight here for Quadrant or if it will be good night with a swift right hook from Ascend. Quadrant straight into the action here. They get contact round towards the plasma, and you can see the push actually coming out. They sprint up. Seeker gets a trade back, but they are bound by 2 men already, fighting to establish early control towards the Oddball. Legend falls in the awkward 1v1 towards top gold. Now there is a little bit of quiet, finally.
Yeah, and they have been able to grab that ball as well. Give themselves just a couple more points. The camo coming in huge. You can see he's got the... Oh, is he going to be able to find this kill? No, Shady gets one and then gets away. The camo, though, just keeping him alive that little bit. And nice shot from Chick. He finds like, ooh, and a second. Look at him go. He's charging it up, trying to find that third. Ends up getting taken down in the back from Snipe Joan. Nice headshot. Well played. And now we can see Ascend. They're trying to bite back, but Quadrant still with control of the area, still with control of the ball, and the points are going up.
Good ball control. Yes, here is. Snipe Drone comes swinging into action. Proverbially and literally. As he hits that shot on the melee. Response back as Shady will buckle. Shad ratio as he'll pick up 2 of his own. They've got ball control as well now. Back towards the vents. Playing up by top gold. They are at a slight disadvantage in the manpower game, but once Shade gets back in, if they can maintain this, lock off the choke points, they could actually build up a very nice early lead. 2-man push, great play with the repulsor, slams them into the wall, follows it up with a melee, Snipe Drown goes down as well, and Legend's forced to trade it. The ball will pass hands.
Yeah, they haven't been able to really push up and stop that aggression from the side of Ascend right there. Seek is able to find another kill, and the slaying's coming out now. We can see they do have control of the ball, so some return points going their way. They're doing very well now, and that's the thing about Ascend. Once they get control of these points, it becomes very difficult to push them off of it as the active camo that's grabbed by Shady. So now he's going to be looking for a play, going to try to be as sneaky as he can here, and he hasn't been spotted yet. Somehow he hasn't seen him despite the camo, and he actually trades it 1-for-1. That's not what you want when you have that active camo up.
A big set piece removed for them. Talking of set pieces, look at Seeker playing close towards the lip over by Energy Shield, over by the Energy Swords rather. He can get that respawn off, chuck the ball off, play ball it, and waste time. And what was a large lead for Quadrant is now only a 1-point advantage, and they're scrapping, trying to get control back so they can push in and grab the ball. Not going to work well for Shad as well, as Legend will be able to find that frag. They're all just converging towards Whirlpool. They basically cleaned house here. Everyone's going down. They're all dead. It's a 4 dead, and the ball's in their hands.
Yeah, they've pushed up here back into the... Yeah, no, he's just going to hide up here. He's got this completely locked down. Drops the ball to one of his teammates. They're just sitting up here in top gold, Jack, and... what are they going to be able to do? Ooh, he misses the shot. Crucial. Snipe drone does not land that one, and now Chick gets the frag onto Legend. He has been a monster so far this map. We saw the triple kill for him. And now, ball has been recovered. So Quadrant going to try to get some of their points back as now the tides have completely swapped here.
Nice passes as well. It was like watching Dame Lillard on the court with the basketball maneuvers, the way they passed it from hand to hand. And again, they're 1 point away from getting the edge in this game. Smart read as well here from SLG. Sees the flank developing, knows he can just go for the jump across, play with his teammate, gets one, tries to stay alive, awkward crouches round the box, gets a further tag out, but won't be able to convert that into a frag. Huge nade as well. Strips the shield. They reply in kind, dropping one onto him, but they passed the parcel, Davey. The ball's gone rolling into Ascend control, and they're going to back off with it.
Yeah, they've given up control of the ball. He sees them coming now, drops it, trying to find this multi-frag, knows there's a player above him, spins around, gets the melee, does get traded. But still, the situation surrounded by Quadrant, able to find 2 kills. Massive.
Huge plays. The repulsor around the corner. Shady trying his best. Will fall to SLG, gets the tags as well, couple of bursts into the chests of Legend. He'll be broken as the headshot connects, sees the next man, drop the repulsor to try and get himself out of there, but couldn't get it off quick enough. Chaos across the board, as it is a flurry of frags being found for either side. The ball carrier couldn't quite get out of damage there, does fall, as he'll take a bullet to the back of the head. The ball rolls into the hands of Ascend, as Shady will grab it.
Grabs it and getting just that little bit more points on the board. We've seen such a close game so far as he's getting flanked by Shit, but he turns around, finds that kill, and now dropping nades, still with control of the ball, trying to get as many points as he can, tosses it off to get that reset. So well played from Shady. Not only finding those kills, but getting an extra 4 or 5 points on the board for his team. And now Snipe Drone's in a massive fight here with Fragger, and Fragger can't win it. So Snipe Drone again coming out on top of that battle. They try to push up into gold. He says, no, this is my spot. You can't have it. So now he finds the first and the second. Grabs that ball, and now the points going back up now. Quadrant finally getting some more on the board.
Fair bit of ball time here as well. Nearly tied the game up. Fragger has to stay alive, and he'll do just that. 1 shot away from death. Holds on with bated breath, gets the kill. Keeps on moving. Ball finally dropped once again. Eating nades on the pushback around. Playing hide and seek as well. The cat and mouse game here for Shady. Knows they're close by. Establishes himself on the angle. Fires out the warning shots so SLG can't come in to help his teammates. And Ascend dangerously close to being able to shut this one down. We've got 1 minute and 30 left on the clock. The ball goes back into Quadrant's control. Shady on the stairs leaves SLG sat down. And this is looking tight. They again will be able to take the lead. 1 point away from being able to pick that up. Overextends though with the shock rifle, and he will fall.
And that's 3 kills going the way of Ascend, and that gives them ball control, and they're slowly creeping up towards that 100 number. Jackets going up. They're almost at 90 now. Ball just being held. They're just going to try to hold on to this one right here until the end. They don't even have to give this up.
That's all they've got to do. No way to get it out of their hands. They'll drop it for the meantime. They've actually been able to sneak in. 2 really clinical kills. The scalpel of Quadrant comes out. Issue is, it's dropped again, dashed on the ground. All it would take is 2 seconds of ball time for Ascend to win the first round here of Oddball. This is the third and final map they need to win to shut this series down as well. So it's all on Quadrant. You cannot afford to make a single mistake here. Give up the ball and you lose this opening round. Push comes back in. Snipe drone, front and center, spams out, gets the tags off, but can't create space for his team. They're almost at 90 points as well. They actually might be able to flip this one around unless Seeker can do something absolutely ridiculous. The flank could be everything though. They jump up.
Oh, we got
the
him.
Elevator, drops the ball, gets the melee off as well for the second. The difference of 2 seconds on the clock. It's been grabbed and they take the first round.
Oh, what a close game. Ascend just at the end, like you said, that massive flank finds the ball carrier and finds the second as well. Nobody holding for the flank. So he's able to find both kills and his team recovers the ball to just about close that out. I think final score was 100 to 96, Jack. So close.
A thimble of difference. A bit of a fumble here though. We saw the Plasma unfortunately causing a team kill, so SLG, he's taken out a commission early. This starts to unravel as well, like a big ball of yarn, Davey, as there's only 2 players alive for Quadrant. Those respawns going to come back to hurt them because Ascend can establish map control. They've got those elevated angles, firing down from above, but it will actually be the flick up from Shade to take down Sika. Won't matter in the long run as no one gets ball control yet until Ascend swoop in, grab the ball and try and take it back towards top gold. Another trade, this time the stick onto Shady.
So far, Ascend winning out on the slaying battle. As we can see, lots of damage being done, lots of kills finding their way. As Fragger's trying to push up, get this flank off, hasn't been able to connect it so far. And actually, the ball carrier still just gets away. Ascend building up a very early lead. He knows he's getting flanked right now. He's being surrounded. And there's SLG. Gets the kill into Snipe Drone and finally recovers the ball. So first points on the board this game for Quadrant. And now they have control of gold. And Ascend is split. Now the full respawns have come in. And actually, Chick finds the kill onto Shady. So despite the fact that Legend just came back up, they're still down 3 versus 4 at this point. There's another one for Chick. Massive multi-frags from him.
Ascend, the artists formerly known as Cartel, can they make like Highwayman and steal this ball to get back into control of the game here? Grapple to the top, slides round the corner, ready for the frag. Knows that Shade's there. He's low as well, playing towards Elevator. Swings in like Spider-Man, and I don't think there will be any way home for Shade here, unless he can just tuck in. Flicks back, spots him. His HP's come back up with how long this duel's gone on for, and he wins it out on his last burst from the BR. Knows there's a player close as well. On the drop, again, another trade. So absolute chaos unfolding here on Recharge.
At 2-on-2 now, and SLG's trying to push forward. Can't win out on the fight against Snipe Drone, but Shad is there to make sure the trade comes in, so nobody was able to recover that one. The ball is still there. Active camo coming out, and this is for Sika, but he gets spotted as he's activating it, so they know where he is now. Tries to reposition, gets that active camo back up, gets his health bar back as well, and he's going to try to make a play for the ball as he takes some shots, not able to connect anything, and 2 players from Ascend drop, so that's ball control regained by Quadrant.
Shad's got it. Tucked into a nice angle to try and accumulate some time on the clock. Fragger, battered down from the elevated angle. And their defense is starting to crumble. They've still got the ball though, and they are playing as a duo. Issue is they're both so low. They clear the corner, they take them both out, and they grab the ball.
Yeah, Ascend built up that early 20-0 lead. Quadrant got control of the ball and just never gave it back up until now. Ascend is finally able to put more points on the board. We see the ball get passed over, playing up towards top gold, and if he can win out on this fight, that would be massive. Grenades flying all around him, and Snipe Drone still able to keep his composure and find that kill on the player that was pushing up, and now he ends up going down, misses the jump, dies at the hands of Snipe Drone Jack, and they've completely eliminated this lead. They've got control of the ball, and Quadrant has absolutely been, they just haven't been able to make any entrances here. The fragging from Ascend has been too strong, and finally they double team on him, but he ends up surviving in the corner. Nades come flying in, needs to try to make a move to get away, does, and the ball still in the hands of Ascend. They've never been able to push it out of gold.
Oh no, the flank as well towards the bridge. Sika bridging this game together for them. As he will be able to pick one up. The trades come through. Snipe Drone with 2, and it's not looking good for them. The ball's down on deck. It should be recovered as well. Shady makes his move over, grabs it, and starts trying to do a bit of a fun run towards top goal to get it out of there. Will fall, so the ball's down. This is series point for them as well. All they need is 40 more seconds to close this one. And finally, Quadrant are back on top.
Yeah, and 3 kills gives them that opportunity. They forced Ascend into these respawns. But now you can see they're pushing up together on this left side. They're pushing towards backhaul, want to get up to top gold, trying to make it to the stairs. Nade's coming in to push the player towards him, but the flank is big as Legend goes down. Shady goes down as well. And so this is going to be Quadrant maintaining control. 1 kill goes back the way of Sika. That's the player that was holding the flank, but SLG there, make sure he can back up his teammate and find that trade. So Quadrant still with control of the ball, and Ascend with no seeming entrance point. And I say that as Snipe Drone finds the headshot. Shady's there as well. They throw the ball, goes down. Oh man, they dropped. The ball's on the floor. They're not going to be able to get back to it as Shady gets the kill, picks it up. A small misplay, I think, from Quadrant there as they threw the ball straight into the arms of Ascend.
Tried to get it over the ledge. It would drop down towards the active camo spawn. He just didn't have the arm strength on him. The issue is now, this puts Ascend in a very strong position. The double kill, though, is a game changer. Unless something miraculous can happen from Snipe Drone, surely they should be able to hold on to this one. 10 seconds left. Make that 9 seconds as the ball goes rolling back down towards lower middle. They're in position to try and grab it as well. This will be a hell of a scrap to try and close out this round. Bullets ringing past as Fragger is forced to fall off. Chick will be able to pick up one in the meantime. There's the follow-up as well. A dirty double for him, but it's not enough. They need to try and clean house. Great melee play. Drop down onto the bomb finally. Legend tries to blow them away, but not today, Davey. The ball's been grabbed. All they've got to do is hold it for 5 more seconds to drag us into a 3rd round.
And he is being naded. Oh, he actually goes down. The nade comes in. They find the kill. Are they going to be able to recover this one? Ascend with the ball down. And no, it looks like Quadrant was able to recover. No! Ascend got it. Quadrant got that 1 extra point up on the board, but the slaying came in, and now he's getting dove on, throws it off the map to make sure it doesn't fall into the hands of Quadrant. But this is so close. 99. They just need to get the ball 1 time, Jack, as they're trying to hold on to it, and there it is. They do manage to get the recovery, and Quadrant bite back here against Ascend in our 2nd game. Unbelievable. So close. What a tight game. I thought they had it won earlier. But the huge slaying came in from Ascend. Finds the frag on the ball carrier just to deny them right at 99.
And a difference of about 5 seconds in this game.
He got 3.
Oh, mate. Sika. Woo. He gets his 5 seconds of fame there as he mows his way through them. A hell of a hat-trick, the triple kill, paying dividends as well, because now they've got ball control and they're constantly staggering these respawns. It's Quadrant fighting 2 versus 4 again and again and again.
What a play by Ascend. Now, they did start off the last game in a very similar fashion. They need to make sure this time they have their defense set up, making sure that they don't allow Quadrant to come in for free, and Legend does not want this game to go any further, and neither does Sika. Jack, look at the scoreboard. Fragging is all going the way of Ascend right now. The ball still in their control. Snipe Drone with another one, his first kill of this game. Oh, Sika on the flank. Gets another. They have just been popping off. Sika 7-1, Jack.
He's not stopped since the start of this 2nd round. He has been absolutely untouchable, clowning on them as well. Nice moves from Chick, but he doesn't get the shot off. Outplayed in the end as he'll be slain. And the ball's down. 60 seconds to win this. Get the 3-0 here in the semi-finals. And that's what they're going to be looking for. They know they can afford to take some liberties here as well. Slow down the game. You don't need the board control. You can try and find the frags first. Good nade as well. Legend dashes that one out. The Shad will go down. SLG will trade. But it's still looking quite messy, Davey.
Yeah, Sika finally goes down. He got that opening triple, and since then he was on a 6-kill streak. It was absolutely massive for his team. They finally ended his reign of terror. Now, the trades are actually going back and forth, so it's a 2-on-2. Respawns come in. SLG finds another one onto Sika. That's a big shutdown, getting him out of this game. So important. They do recover the ball, but they decide to drop it, and Chick there with the nade kill. Finds that one onto Shady, activates that camo, and now he's trying to make a play to make sure that he can defend his teammate. Ooh, the ball goes down, and he's right in the middle of it, Jack. He's right in the thick of it. Needs to pick his moment. Perfect. Finds a kill. Stays alive. Can he find another? Nades coming all around him. He goes back. Camo reactivated. So they do recover that ball and back up towards gold. Ascend. Finally losing control of that part of the map, that area. As he gets another one with the active camo.
Clutch plays from Chick there. Supports his teammate as well. They're going to work together. Great support from the elevated peak. Softening them up. They charge back in. Chick again will be the one in the close positions to try and take them on. It's a 1v2, and he'll be left black and blue. The Sicker gets off the melee. Leaves him worse for wear. This game went from being such an early lead for Ascend to being dangerously close. Legend has to defend the ball, trying to make himself a nuisance maker. Wanted to make it awkward at least. Gets round the corner. Good play. Up close with the melee, but the first one didn't land. Slightly missed the fist. And it'll leave him like this. Having to recover the ball and get it all the way back towards Energy Sword spawn ASAP.
And they have done that so far. The ball is down. You can see he's going to try to recover this and get this one off the map. Does do it. Kill goes the way of Sika. But ball falling off the map. His team's going to be able to set up to get this one. And no, he can't actually get it. Shad loses out on that fight. And so now ball control should be able to be taken by Ascend. They haven't pushed forward yet. So Vents is still actually controlled by Quadrant. Ascend not taking control of that part of the map and therefore not able to get a hold of this ball.
Bullets raining down. Shad stuck. Absolutely obliterated there as just didn't have anything to go on. Advantage for Ascent, albeit quite a small one. That will definitely open it up more as Sika finds the double kill. The trade onto Chick as they melee up close and personal. They bound round as well. Legend finds one more. And they're keeping it close. They're not giving any lifelines over the Quadrant.
Oh, Snipe Drone is trying to push up and take control of top gold. He is going to get it, but SLG's down here on his left to just taking out his teammate in Shady, but Sika finds two. Yet again, this man on this map is absolutely farming. He is the farmer, and Quadrant are his crops right now as Snipe Drone finds two as well. And now, surely, that is ball control taken and now controlled by Ascend.
They've just got to hold on to it. Grind this game out. Quadrant have had some good retakes to get back towards the ball. They've been able to get it out of their hands quite a few times here, and this needs to be a pivotal moment for them. The peak from Shady damaging them. Establishes good control, softens them up. Nice plays to at least get a couple of bursts in. Good pass on the ball as well. That was a cheeky one. As Shad's the only one alive. His teammates come back in on the respawns, but they're slightly far out of position. Luckily, they are able to get round through Whirlpool and try and bail him out. If they can hold on here, get one or two picks, maybe they can turn the tides. But there's Legend again. Comes in with the early opener, and they're all converging, fluxing their way in as a unit. They trade it. The ball's down. Snipe Drone's right there.
With that queen sweep as well. Oh, actually, somehow, Chick managed to sneak in there and grab that bomb. Does now go down, has to drop it, but he got that extra 2 points. I don't know, it seemed like Ascend had full control of the area, but Chick was able to sneak in there and grab that one, as now Ascend is the ones with ball control. They have the lead as well. So SLG, he's in prime position here to make sure that they can't push back towards that spawn like you had said. And now they do end up getting that back.
Yeah, they grabbed it. Shock rifle coming out for Shady. Will it be anything shocking here? Will it fall on deaf ears? He does go down. Snipe Drone trades. Battle towards the bridge as well. The melee up close. Legend wins out on that one. They're still ahead by 17 points. And here's the issue. The clock is now the 5th man on the server for Ascend. It's going to be ticking that time down. They have to get ball control and they've got to hold it. They can't afford to let this tick down any further now.
Yeah, it gets risky. They have to pick up that ball there. Like you said, if it gets below a certain point, they're just not going to be able to catch up. They do still have it right now. They pass it up. Is there anybody there to grab it? He is there. Does get a hold of it, but they can't afford to drop this.
It's so dangerous. You have to drop it at times to try and slay, but as we said, with the clock being so low, it leaves them in a really risky position. If they can hold on to it for a few more seconds, though, that will flip onto the heads of Ascend. They could somehow win this game. They've got the edge right now. Push back in, over towards Whirlpool. They do the smart thing. Drop the ball as well to try and burn down the clock. Chick realizes he's being spammed. Ball's going to get picked up. If they find this frag, they could save it, and that's a triple kill, Davey. They forced them off. All they've got to do is stay alive for 3 more seconds to take this one, and they will win it out by 1 point. They take the oddball game.
They do, and it, like you said, just 1 point in the end. The player for Ascend, I don't know who it was, he was standing on top of the ball, and instead of going for that 1 point that they needed, he tried to take a fight. He tried to fight them when he was standing right on top of that ball. He only needed to grab it for that 1 point to try to force that, but he couldn't get it. He was surrounded and ends up being taken down.
Falls in the end. A hell of a comeback, though, it must be said. Quadrant going off, did everything they could. The 1v1 started to go their way, the team play stepping up as well. They counter Ascend on oddball. This would have been a 3-0. This would have been the series over, Ascend in the grand final. Now we get more maps out of this. Now this series carries on. We're at a 2-1 stance, Davey. If they can somehow pull off a reverse sweep, it would be the first time in an incredibly long time we have seen Ascend lose a game with their full roster. This would be history for Quadrant if they can keep this up. Let's have a look at the highlights from that series, because it was jam-packed with action.
It was crazy, dude. And Ascend built up an early lead in both of these oddball games that they lost. Ascend actually built the early lead in both of those games. This game, they had a dominating lead. I think at one point it was 50-something to 0, and still Quadrant was able to bring it all the way back. Huge fight from them, especially being down 2-0 in the series. To fight back in the last 2 games of oddball to take the win is an unbelievable performance from them, especially with the slaying we saw coming out from Sika in that 3rd game.
Oh man, absolutely, dude. He went off. Snipe drone as well. Some big plays from him at moments. Legend. He had some really unlucky 1v1s. There was a couple of times in that game where he was setting himself up for a huge play, a couple of double kills, and he just gets stuck by a plasma and it would wipe the smirk off his face. Crazy clutch stuff though. Even the first round, right? It was down to what? I think 4 seconds of difference between Quadrant being able to pick that one up. Round 2 was literally a second. And then again here, we see it decided by milliseconds on the clock. Just a crazy game of oddball. A hell of a matchup. Excellent Halo.
Yeah, just honestly unbelievable to see that 3rd game. It was unreal. It was so close to go down all the way to just time running out, and there's 1 point between the 2 teams. And finally, Quadrant was able to get that slaying that they needed, find those kills. It felt like throughout the game, Ascend was able to find the kills when they needed them. Whenever they needed that quick double kill or triple kill, you could see they were able to do it. But at the very last moment, when it mattered most, Quadrant was able to find all of those frags, clean sweep Ascend, and not give them the chance to get back into it and pick up that ball.
A hell of a game. But here's the difference. We're back on live fire. This time it will be strongholds as well. That individual animalistic halo that's been coming out from Ascend could do wonders for them here, but it could also come back to haunt them if we see an early lead established from Quadrant. It's all up in the air, mate. Some of the games that Ascend have had throughout this tournament alone on Strongholds have been crazy. They've been able to find triple caps when no one else would. So let's see what happens as we're into the action. Shady opens it up, but there's a double kill back. Make that a triple as already Quadrant find the frags they need to get an early lead in the game. There's the 2 cap.
Yeah, there it is. They finally, they get an early lead. It feels like I said, in every single one of the oddball games, Ascend had that control. You can see the battle for Overshield taking place, and they do swap the home points. So Ascend pushes up for A. Quadrant's like, no problem, you can have it. We'll go take C.
Smart read. And this play could be tremendous for them as well. As you said, they got control of the overshield. Oh, awkward 1v1. Luckily, SLG's there to bail them out, and they are fighting. B is in hot contest right now. Luckily enough, it will be picked up from Ascend, but they get the reset back off on the A as well. And now, they're actually gunning for the triple cap. They might be able to pull this off. There's no one nearby.
Oh, yeah, look, they did get it. The slaying coming out. They are going to be able to retake A. Okay, I say that. It stopped right as I was saying. I was like, oh no, this triple cap might stay for longer than I thought. Oh, and look at this crucial position. Actually only goes 1 for 1, so not the end of the world. Thought he was going to be able to pick that one up sooner as Snipe Drone wants to push forward, gets one back. We can see they have been completely slayed out. And finally, Ascend going to grab that B point, and now they're going to get some points on the board.
Nice peeks as well. Legend. Just trying to be a thorn in their sides and deny the push up towards B. He's getting the damage out, softening them up so his teammates can bail him out. The snipe is in play. We see 1 kill picked up with it before it's dropped. And this is a little bit awkward. Legend on the close angle, on the lip. Gets blown to bits by the plasma. So they do have an edge, and again, have the advantage when it comes to capping. 1-for-1 trade towards nades as well, as the melee battle ends in a stalemate. Lovely play from Sika. A perfect there on the BR. And kept himself alive for a few seconds. Also, this time around, Legend will have the extra HP as he enables that overshield and goes out swinging.
Yeah, and actually, they're trying to deny this A cap as well, and successfully does it as Legend drops some more nades in there. Just slows down that A cap just that little bit. And actually, they've got B. They've got the triple cap. Out of nowhere, Ascend push forward and completely flip this game on its head as they have all 3 points and 2 quadrant players down.
Brilliant comeback. Awkward 1v1 as well. Does end again in a trade, as the fists will slump into one another. Now this triple cap going on for quite some time. You can see everything that Quadrant have had to grind for fading away before their very eyes. The super slide round the corner as well. Back over towards Shad. Shady's going to try and deal with him, but he gets so owned he falls through the world.
And finally, Quadrant is able to pick up that C point. And are they going to hold it? They will. The melee's not able to come in, so no trade happening. And actually, Ascend, they've just been slayed out, and this is about to flip back on its head again. A and B now going the way of Quadrant. And there it is, triple cap the other way. This game has been so back and forth. Neither team able to hold these points for very long.
Quadrant, the way they're set up here, Shad on the scope, ready with a sniper, they could actually start to establish dominance, get a setup going for them. Unfortunately, in the 1v1, he will fall, but his teammate can clean it up so they can't grab the snipe, but the sights are starting to flip back. A will be taken by Ascend, and C should go the way of Quadrant, but they're faltering, struggling slightly. Luckily enough, they stay alive. Awkward 1v1 here as the snipe falls. The site's covered in nades as well, so Snipe Drone can't quite push back onto it yet, but now they finally can. No! The spike comes in! He's blown off it! Top tower play from Sika as he'll slay another man. There's another trade, and they're going to get another triple cap!
There it is again. Both of these teams been able to consistently get off these triple caps as Overshield goes the way of Shady. Manages to find one with it, pushing up, trying to find the second. B being taken. Need to take it fast. They do. They've got it. Now they need to push up and get control. Deny these points that they've been able to get the whole time. And actually Shady gets outplayed by SLG. He goes up top. Oh, and they're going for the triple cap again. It's happening. He's going to get it.
Oh, he was ready with the repulsor. Flew him off the angle. Does go down in the end, so it was a short-lived triple cap, but it's still map control that they're establishing. Cheeky play, like a reverse Santa Claus. He comes down the chimney and looks to try and do some damage, but won't make it work. And the sights, again, flipping A, under contest. They're able to hold on to it. Finally here, we're going to see Ascend start to get back into the game. They've got 2 points in their control, but there's always this constant back cap that's waiting for them. A is so close to being pulled from right underneath their noses, and they will get it.
Yeah, they will, and now they have to push up and try to fight for B, but the positions of Quadrant are just too strong. They're not able to push. Snipe Drone goes down by himself, no support, not able to get any sort of trades in, as now they're going for A, but like you brought up, now they're already immediately capping C. So Quadrant, they're happy to give up these external points, right? They'll just give them up and go grab the other one. They've been doing it consistently, as now Ascend finally finds their way into this B stronghold, and they're able to take it, but now they're losing A. This game has been crazy back and forth.
Incredibly so. It would have to be a hero play from Legend, but he can't make it work. Time being wasted as well, as Shad will slide out of dodge and stay alive for just a few more seconds. But Ascend do have the double cap. They're accumulating the points. It's on Quadrant to make a big play now. They can't just back cap in a position like this. 26 points of difference between them. The nade's going to be chucked out. They're down a man as well. They've only got 3 players alive at this point. There's the respawn, and there's the heat wave, turning up the heat literally. As Seeker burnt to a crisp. He's off to the Burns ward. They're back on C, and again, they'll have the lead.
Yeah, now he's got to go for this A cap. You see Snipe Drone here does have the snipe in his back pocket, doesn't need it. Now pulls it out, scoped in, holding those mid rotations, and you can see this position. It's going to be so important for Sika to hold. He has to make sure that he keeps these guys pushed back into their spawn. He doesn't need to go for the C cap. He just needs to stop their progression. Now they're losing A, so I think they are going to actually push up and grab this C now. Oh, triple maybe. Again.
Oh, man.
They got it.
A pivotal point in the game as well. It goes from Ascend being on the back foot to sprinting towards the finish line. This triple cap gives you such a huge lead. The acclimation of points is so hard to get back from. They finally fight towards A. They need to grab it, but that's still going to be 30 points of difference between the two teams, and you can't just sit there. You have to do one better, and that's certainly one way of making it happen. Fragger lives up to his name, gets the flick off, shuts down Legend. Here's the push out a big door as well, but Snipe Drone dropping bombs on him, and follows up with a tag, gets the sniper kill as he'll trade out to the BR for a double, and they've still got 2 points in their back pocket, Davey.
Nade does finally put him down, but huge plays with the snipes there as Legend finds one, is traded by Chick, but Sika is there to make sure that that B site is not being taken. It's not being... Oh, actually, they've snuck on to C. That's a huge play from Fragger, as not only he's got onto C, does get taken down by Legend, but they're going to be capping A, and there was a couple of them moving towards that C stronghold as well. Look at that, it's going up, Jack. We might be seeing another triple cap for the side of Ascend. No. Finally denied, finally shut down. We've seen lots of triple caps going back and forth so far this game.
They're fighting for control of the overshield as well, and the issue is for Fragger that he's so low, but he's still fighting strong. Wins out on his 1v1, but Shady rocks up to the party, and it's all on Shady as he slays each and every one of them. A flurry of frags goes his way, grabs the overshield to give an edge over to Ascend as well, and he's straight back, brawling towards the A site, finds the first, drops the nade as well, so Shad's low, broken on his shield, but still holding strong. They get a double cap, A and B, falls in favor of Quadrant. Shad has to win this 1v1, and he'll do just that. Takes down Sika, grabs the heat wave, comes sprinting up towards C, and this is all out aggression from the side of Quadrant now.
Yeah, and Shady getting a crucial kill there to make sure that that player isn't able to hold this position, and another one from him. That guy was about to cap the C flag. Instead, now they're going to go for the triple cap again. They have A and C. B being captured. Are they going to be able to get it, or will they lose A? They have a triple cap, but only for a short amount of time, as A is going to be retaken by Quadrant.
Oh. Comes in, dives underneath. It's not going to work well for them, but the bigger picture is the fact that B is being stolen. It will be taken away. They have to get the counter cap back onto the A, which they are close to doing. Halfway through, contesting towards C though. This is a smart play from Quadrant in how they're approaching it. We are going to go back into a 2-to-1 split on the caps, but Sika, he's the difference maker. Cuts it wide open. Aggression towards the back of B as well. Not so clean this time for Chick, but it will be a huge stick. The spike nade comes in, takes down 2, and gives them the edge they needed at such a huge point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Allowed them to pick up that A stronghold, and now it's all on Ascend. They're the ones who have to push forward. They're the ones who need to take the initiative. They're trying to, but he's losing out on the fight. That's Sika trying to launch himself up, but he actually misses out on it, and he goes down, and that's a crucial double kill. Oh, and look at this. This is going to be huge. Shady goes down as well. It's only Legend left up. Respawns are coming, but they're staggered, and Quadrant has control. Full triple cap.
Quadrant dividing the map and going for the 2-man push into the back line as well. They do give the game away. They've telltaled their position as they have to converge now back onto B and fight for this. If they can waste time, this could be huge.
Oh.
That's exactly what Shad was trying to do. Jumped onto the point to stop them from being able to get the cap off. They have C, but A and B have fallen into favor of Ascend. Whoa, tight 1v1 as well, as Fragger will land that right hook. But here's the fact, Davey. They've got 2 sites, and they are so close to hitting that 250 mark.
They are an important trade from Snipe Drone, making sure that he gets that one before he goes down. You can see, oh, this is going to be a big flank. SLG making sure that the C cannot be capped. Little unnecessary probably for Ascend there to even be going for the triple cap, but it doesn't matter as Sika finds the kill, and he's defending B like an absolute monster here with Legend. So he gets another kill for him, and now Shad with 1. Legend gets the beatdown and just secures the game. So many triple caps back and forth that game, Jack. That was wild.
It's the bread and butter of Ascend. Somehow they just pull out these miraculous triple caps that get them back into games that they are so far out of. Crazy plays through and through though, right? Like Quadrant, in terms of the frags, in terms of their setups throughout the mid portion of that game, showed a lot of resilience. The mental fortitude was there. Didn't matter how far down they were getting the back caps off. They had the triple cap when it mattered most. But Ascend, proving why they are some of the best in the game, mate. Absolutely untouchable in EU Halo. They win the semi-final, and they will be going to the grand finals.
Yeah, they will, and congratulations to them. Huge win in the best of 5 here. We saw it, little fall off a bit there on Oddball. Those games were so unbelievably close, though, but they were able to eventually secure the win on Stronghold. And look at this. There was just some absolutely crazy plays this game. The back and forth triple caps were just unbelievable. Both teams able to pull them off seemingly from nowhere.
Yeah, insane series through and through as well. You know, you think back to Oddball when we were on Recharge, mate. The difference about 5 seconds would have made for either of these two teams was absolutely insane. And then for it to end here, unfortunate for Quadrant, it would have been a hell of a comeback run. They would have had to reverse sweep them to steal away that grand final spot. Just couldn't quite get it over the edge.
No, they did put up a good fight, but in the end, Ascend showing why they're one of the favorites to win this whole thing, and that's because they have that crucial aspect of their game. They can get those, they have the team play mixed with the slaying. It's so important. And like you said, somehow Ascend in moments when they're down, they pull off something crazy that you just didn't expect. It looks like they're triple capped, you know, Quadrant is fragging out, everything's looking good, and then suddenly Ascend kills all 4 of them and re-triple caps out of nowhere. It's absolutely crazy to see. And that is that X factor that they're able to pull off in moments when they need to.
It's madness. As well, control of the power weapons here for them. They had the snipe when they needed it to get little edges here and there. And as well, overshield. I think one of the few times we saw it going to Quadrant was at the start of the game. After that, Legend was just winning out in the fights to control it. Made such a big point of denying any of those extra edges going to Quadrant, and it came back to haunt them.
Yeah, Shady had that huge triple kill defending the overshield as well. Went and grabbed it and found 2 or 3 more towards that C stronghold. So yeah, absolutely massive performances from them. They're definitely very good at controlling those objectives, like you said.
Absolutely. Well, that sets us up for our grand final. We know Ascend have secured 1 ticket there. When we come back in with the analysts, we'll talk you through what exactly we're going to be seeing in our best of 5 Behemoth showdown. That will be a hell of a series to remember. We'll see you for that after the break.
Haha, my bad.
Oh,
Hello,
God.
everybody. My
Got
name
me.
is Damp. I am joined by Lethal and Blank, some lovely lads. Welcome back to our Halo tournament. How are you guys today?
Yeah, not too bad. We've just seen Ascend. I wouldn't say took him apart entirely, but those last 2 games, they were spicy, weren't they, Blank?
Yeah, they were hella spicy. Oddball was probably the best Halo I've seen in quite a while, to be honest with you. I've seen Oddball be close, you know, with those ridiculous like 15-second overtimers that keep resetting on Oddball. I've seen those a fair few times, but that was the most competitively close Oddball that I have seen in Halo Infinite. So really cool match there. To be honest with you, I think Quadrant put up a really good fight, let's be honest, but you were talking about agility coming through from Ascend. God, they were so fast, I barely saw them.
Yeah, I have to completely agree with that. There was a few minute moments where it was a little bit too overly aggressive for my liking, and we saw that a little bit on Subway too. In that second map. But actually, fun enough, let's go to Streets here. This was actually a great example of that, because don't get me wrong, there's times where I kind of feel like with the communication of Ascend, the small talk just isn't there, or maybe they're just not listening to each other, or maybe it's just not quick enough to react. As I can understand on spawn, especially from PD or Subway, you need to get out of it as soon as physically possible, but try and at least do a fair amount of damage done. Try and rely on what your teammates have relayed to you before you make the execution to maybe get out from Subway to go either B stairs or the thrust area. It depends on the circumstances. And Ascend did a great job on this map, don't get me wrong, but the 2 things that let him down is the elevator spawns. There was 2 occasions where they had the entire map control, but the problem was the fact that they just let the rest of the guys on Quadrant just breeze from Turbine, breeze into pipes, and just take down the ball guy straight away. And the reason for that was the fact that the angles which Ascend had just had way too much cover, and they couldn't really lay on too much damage.
Yeah, you know, Quadrant's kind of like a Five Guys, isn't it, right? It's well put together, you know, it's been assimilated perfectly. On the other hand, Ascend's more like Archers. It's just messy. It's just really messy, but it does the job when you need it to be honest. And that's what I like about Ascend. But I think the Quadrant were able to keep it together, and they used, you know, gold to their advantage so many times. There were some insane oddball tosses up there. But you're right, Ascend just kind of played around that position and then just made it work for themselves. Now, we'll be honest, they looked like they were having fun.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. And I think the only problems that Quadrant had, the odd occasion where they were going for B, they had 2 or 3 members there, don't get me wrong, but even though they had the numbers, they were so open. They were open to way too many angles at the stage. There was times where I thought the bait and switch was actually better from the Quadrant side and compared it to Ascend. I think in the words of Jackie, there were a few too many super slides for my liking to try and at least contest some of the control going to A or going to B. But the turning point was the power weapon control, especially from Ascend, the heat wave and the sniper in particular, using that snipe to full effect and its full potential on Nest, and the heat wave just using it onto C, just baiting the opponents a lot coming across. But it was very neck and neck, and it's so difficult, especially when you're getting trip cats back and forth to kind of establish any kind of control afterwards. It was very difficult, but from both teams, it was just incredible stuff.
This was one of the most exciting matchups in Halo Infinite. We saw some incredibly tight games, while on Slayer, Quadrant couldn't quite get caught up with Ascend's tenacity, but they did a great job fighting back, landing every single shot on Oddball, playing smart, locking in those extra few seconds of ball time to bring it back as long as possible. However, Ascend just could not lose the strongholds, attributed to unreal plays by Shady and Sika. Crazy stuff. But you two seem to know the teams better than I do, so we have some highlights, if you can shine a light on those moments. For me, Lethal.
Yeah, I certainly will do. And actually, you brought up a good point. You know, I always talk about Legend and Snipe Drone all the time, but for Shady and Seeker, yeah, they played extremely well in that last game. But this was the crucial one, though. Shady, the Rockets managed to take out the O-Shield guy before he was even able to use it and then pick up the double straight afterwards. I think that actually created that next cap. It was so vital. If Shady didn't take him down there and then, because they would have an Overshield, Rockets would have been dropped straight afterwards. It would have to waste him in the chamber, and that would have been done and dusted. That wouldn't be a cap. It would have been a complete role reversal, actually.
Yeah, it was clean, man. It was really clean. And I think that the biggest thing I like about that clip that you picked out that Lethal, because you're such a genius, is that, you know, when you get those power weapons, they have to have power impact, right? And I think that's what it did have in that situation. If someone picks up an Overshield, you don't have time to spam the 3BR burst to break the shield first of all. You need to get that immediate kickoff, and the Rockets do that perfectly. So it was everything just came together in that moment for Sika, and he's done that multiple times throughout that series anyway. So really cool stuff. I think we've got a couple more clips here, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's look at some of our clips that our analyst chose, go over those, and if you could talk me through some of those blank.
Well, this is one of the moments I wanted to discuss as well, just going back into this matchup. It's the fact that even with the ball, like, we want to see exactly what could have happened, what could have changed. Maybe he should have just prioritized the slaying rather than going for the ball time straight afterwards. It was a very, very hard decision. But here is the key moment. You can see both of them had their back turned. And then in the end, at least you saw with SLG, he tried to turn away and prioritize the slay because he knew if he dropped down to go for the time, of course, there was no way he was going to get 7 or 8 seconds to bring it straight back. But I think that was just a little bit unaware, a little bit careless, and should have relied a bit more on the audio cues. Because to let someone go from Mangler to bottom elevator to come directly behind you, that was quite a surprise really for my liking. Maybe they're just too busy getting distracted by the members on top gold, and the gunfire maybe overlapped those audio cues of Shady going underneath. But still, apart from that though, good play from Shady, because that was the only way they were going to get that round.
Yeah, man. I did think it was a bit weird, to be fair, because I mean, you popped it in chat. You were like, I want to see this replay, and I just seen it, and I was like, yeah, actually, why were 2 people looking the same way at the same time and not checking any of turbines? Like, that's such a classic position to run through. So yeah, I just thought back and I was like, damn, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I think that was one of the big times that Quadrant slipped up, but it was one of the few times. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
We have one more clip to look at. If you guys can break that down for us, I would love that.
Yeah, for
Certainly
sure.
will.
This is one of my favourite clips for the entire thing. And I think that Quadrant done this a few times. Jackie was like, this is a cheeky one. But to be fair, for Shad here, just juggling ball control whilst fragging out at the same time for that clutch, like, couple of last seconds to win out that game. It was, I was like this in my seat. I was so tense. It was unreal.
That's why he's a great player. He loves to be as proactive as possible, but at the same time, both teams have this kind of niche, well, not really a niche, it's more of a, one of the minor mistakes you should have made. Just let your shield recharge just even a bit in order to try and do things. But that's the whole point of it. Try and do one over on each other every single time. And the only way to do that is to be as proactive as possible. But you've got to expect the, not the inevitable, but the unexpected at the same time. We saw it time and time again, which is why you saw trade after trade. There was like so many trades you couldn't really count. It was just absolutely ridiculous, but it was a good laugh nonetheless.
Absolutely. Well, let's move on and see what's next. We can look at Navi's roster really quick and see what they have in their lineup, so we can battle Ascend with Jimbo, Kimbo, Respectful, and Tough Oxy.
Now this roster has huge, and I mean like a ginormous amount of potential here, as there are players everyone knows who they are. It doesn't matter how many years you've been in the scene, every single one of these players, one way or another, have a huge amount of individual skill, raw talent, teamwork, coordination. They have it all. The only problem is they've not been finding their footing on Halo Infinite as of yet. They've had a mixed bag of placements during the first couple months. I kind of feel like they're more heavily relying on structure and setups rather than just going with the flow and being a bit more loose. Ever since they picked up Wonder Boy's coach, you kind of seen the looseness just kind of to appear. And I think this is the difference, you see, and that's what they figured out as well, is the fact that with Halo Infinite, it's a little bit less about structure and more about improvising on the fly. And this is where it can get very tough and very difficult, as with many French rosters or French players in the past, even back in Halo 5 and before that, they always heavily relied on improvisation and just using your initiative rather than going by full-on setups. But what Na'Vi are trying to do, they're trying to do that and play a little bit loose and improvise at the exact same time. So that kind of method will take a bit of time, and it can take a little bit of hassle, but over time and to a certain degree, I'm not really sure it's going to be a few weeks, a few months, we'll have to see. I assume it's going to take at least a couple of months anyway, then it shouldn't really be too much of an issue. But of course, with people like Foxy as the shot caller and definitely trying to really push this team to the next boundary, to break the next big water ceiling, if so to speak, then there's no reason why these guys can't be on the top spot in a matter of weeks or months leading up to it.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're playing ping pong, right, and you can only play with your open hand, right, it's not that good. If you can play with also your backhand as well, and you can do that adequately on both sides, you're more than likely going to ruin a player that can only play open hand. So I think this is what Navi's kind of going for, right, but it's something that doesn't happen overnight, and that's fair play to them. We're still with this online scene. I'd love to see some more lands, but hopefully by the time we do get to that stage, Navi will be ready for it.
Well, like Wonder Boy told me, smooth seas don't make good sailors. We can go ahead and throw to Ascend's roster and look at some players that gave us some insane plays last game with Shady, Sniper Drone, Legend, and Sika.
Yeah, so we just checked out Ascend, right? And a lot of people were talking about Snipe Drone and Legend. These guys are the poster boys, but Shady looked at it in a place of his own in that last series, right? It was unreal, the stuff that was coming out from him, and same with Sika. And for the couple of teams that we've seen so far during this broadcast, you have like at least one or two clear standouts, but it's really, really hard for me to call one clear standout from any one of these players on Ascend because they're all just so bloody good. It is really, really difficult. But Sika, Shady, definitely kind of those front men at the moment. Legend, obviously on the oddball a lot. But they seem to have a good idea of what they're doing. And yeah, we talked about how swift they are, and they're a little bit more of an improv team, but there is definitely structure and foundation behind them.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you are right. I do probably talk about Sniper and Legend a little bit too much. Is Shady and Sika, they do need to be in. I know it's awful human being, aren't I? Awful. But for Shady and Sika, they do need a little bit of limelight as well. Shady, I think is incredible. Like the stuff he does, which he shouldn't get away with as well at the same time. Like sometimes he'll put himself in a disadvantageous situation and get away with it. And even at this level, to be able to do that is just ridiculous. He tries to be as proactive as possible. He does need a little bit more element of caution. I've witnessed him do this a lot in 2v2 tournaments, but in 4s he kind of needs a little bit more. Someone needs to put him on a leash. That's what we need to do at certain times. Just say, like, Shady, have a day off, mate. Calm down. You're taking the piss here. But it doesn't matter. Players like Seeker, Sniper, and Legend will be able to put a stop to that. Well, especially Seeker at certain times. But the thing is, though, yes, like I said, Legend and Sniper are the faces of this team, but Shady and Seeker do not count these out. Sometimes they do the equivalent, if not better, depending on which game type they compete on.
They are unreal. Let's go ahead and talk about maps. Blank Lethal, we have Recharge as our first map, Live Fire, Aquarius, followed by Streets, and lastly, Bizarre. What do you have to say about this lineup?
I'll go first to Lethal. No worries. Aquarius, CTF. The back-to-back flag time. Here it comes. This is where flag gets really, really quick. A little bit unfortunate. If you get it through corridors, you can lock down those lanes. Like, you can have 3 flags so quickly. It's a little bit dangerous, but I do like that we're starting off on Recharge with Strongholds. I do enjoy that map because I think with some of the maps on Strongholds there is position where it's like you can quite easily lock down 2, but there's always that interesting decision when you pick up A on Strongholds and then you're looking to take B. How do you control those 2 angles? It's so difficult, and I like watching players squirm a little bit. That's enjoyable.
Absolutely. Well, Ascend, a well-oiled, aggressive machine, but they still feel like they're made of separate parts. To secure a victory, they'll want to add some structure and work together as a team to grab that 1,500-pound grand prize, just like Quadrant did. That's what gave them such a hard time. Any kink in Ascend's armor that you can think of that would cause them to possibly slip up in this matchup, Lethal?
There is a list, but it's more not about Na'Vi, Ascend. It's more about how Na'Vi play. They need to play a lot more loose. They need to, yeah, exactly. I need to go on for days. But I think one of the things they need to do is, because obviously there's lots of events and tournaments here, Halo Infinite, but I think in this one in particular, just try playing loose. Just try playing, okay, structured, but it depends to a degree how structured, because it depends on how quickly or how long they've been drilling these setups and how they've been progressing with these attacks or counter attacks, so to speak. So a lot of little things here and there, but the problem is for me is the fact that how Ascend are going to play. They play the same style every single time. Run and gun, improvise, use your initiative on a certain degree, and then hold the setups as you need to, as you see fit. But they're very carefree, but the only problem is they're very aware of the situation as well. So they feel like they can get away with murder. It's going to be a bloodbath in this first one. I think it's going to recharge Stronghold. So yeah, it's going to be a very, very aggressive matchup to kick this series off. Absolutely.
Well, we're going offline. Any final words, lads, to the audience at home?
None. We'll see you soon.
What he said.
Yeah, stick around. See who'll win the 1,500, my bad, pound grand prize in this finale. Don't go anywhere. When we send it over to Jackie and Davey on the desk, and we'll be right back.
EU Halo fanatics, strap yourselves in because we are set up for one hell of a grand final. £1,500 and a couple of kebabs are on the line for this one, Davey. And we have Ascend going up against Na'Vi. Will they be born to conquer tonight? Can they break the streak from Ascend? That's the storyline, mate.
Yeah, and this is going to be the first time we get to see Na'Vi over here on the A stream as well, so I'm really curious to see how they're going to play. We had said in that last game that was pretty much what people would have assumed to be the grand final, so now Na'Vi's got to come in here and play upset. Can they stop this Ascend team from winning the tournament, which they are favorites in?
Exactly. It's not going to be easy. This is going to be a really rough ride for them. We know they've got so much talent through and through on this Na'Vi roster, and with the addition of Wonderboy behind the scenes, how much has he got done in a short space of time? That's the big question. I believe for this event as well, two of the players that do struggle with internet issues in their homes have at least been moved to a bit of a LAN setup where they've got 1 gig down, Davey, so no chance for any internet mockery here. So we should actually see more of a true picture of how Na'Vi can play during the online era of Halo.
Well, if there was no chance of internet issues, you putting that out there,
there certainly are now, isn't there?
Now the whole LAN center is going to go down now.
Oh yeah, it will just be that one goblin from day one, mate. Exactly. Yeah. No internet for you, but we are into the action. Here we go then, grand final as we start this bad boy off on recharge. Let's see how it will go. Legend gets the stick off onto Jimbo and blows his brains out, and it is going to be an early bit of dominance established from Na'Vi. They've got the double cap to start this one off.
Yeah, Respectful starting that one off early. They are going to get those early points. So we see Ascend rarely on the back foot as Respectful actually gets another one. So they're going to keep pushing forward. Sika, he was an absolute beast for Ascend in those last few games. Now stepping up big when they need him. Points on the board for Ascend as they capture at B stronghold. They do give up A, but they're going straight for C, and this is going to be a big flank as Tufoxy finds that first one. Now trying to find this kill onto Sika. Shady gets one onto Respectful, but it is still nonetheless going to be that triple cap, but not for long as B is being retaken by Na'Vi.
Na'Vi sliding onto the scene, but he's blown off, Davey. It's the double kill from Legend that will have huge impact here. Oh, mate, he's an individual superstar. He's the FFA king, and he comes out leaving Fs in the chat for Na'Vi tonight. Big opener. Stops them from getting that cap back. A lot of time ticking by as they've already racked up 40 points. They're about to maybe come unstuck here, depending on what goes down on the battle towards B. Respectful, helping his teammate out there as Tufoxy will gain control. And again, it looks like it's starting to flip.
Yeah, very well done. A very, very quick triple cap there from Na'Vi before Ascend is able to retake C. And now they're being surrounded, and Na'Vi, they're going for the C cap, but little do they know, Ascend, they're on A and B, so they're like, fine, take C. We're going to get A and B. Again, a very, very quick triple cap there for Na'Vi before it quickly goes away. And actually, I was about to say, they didn't get a hold of A, but now they finally do, as Ascend has it. Snipe drone with the sword going down to the hands of Respectful. And now they need to try to find this second one. As you see, Na'Vi, they're fighting for mid control. They have control of B, and they are going to be able to retake this one. Put some more points on the board, but Ascend is so fast into these retakes, Jack.
Oh, issue is Tufoxy. He's a big fan of Harry Potter, and he's popped on his dad's invisibility cloak. Comes around with a blade and cuts his way through the first man, peering on the lip as well. He's going to drop down, trying to waste time and cut off rotation, so they do get a double cap. Again, points falling in favor of Na'Vi. Big fight towards the stairs though. Meanwhile, Tufoxy cuts his way through another. He shuts down Seeker as Jimbo will eventually fall, but Respectful picks up a double to keep Na'Vi in a big position in this game. Now only 15 points away from tying it up and leaving them on equal footing. Bit of an awkward 1v1 for Respectful. Snipe drone will win it, but Tufoxy, he's been the MVP so far. 7-3, he's fragging out.
Absolutely, and A is being taken as well, and with no trade back, that's going to be the triple cap for Na'Vi. So Ascend falling down here at this final hurdle. They need to make sure they retake one of these. They haven't been able to pick up A yet either, so close, but doesn't go their way. All three going back in their direction now before he does end up going down on that B cap. They do have A and C though, so points still going back the way of Ascend, but Na'Vi is retaking A, and actually they haven't been able to. Sika finds the kill, so they still have control of these extremities C's here, Jack. They're not pushing for B yet either, as Sika finds one, trying to find the second. Does connect with some bullets, but not enough for the kill, as 3 Na'Vi players drop, and that may open up the B site to be capped. As they are pushing, they grab it. But now Kimbo trying to secure C for his team. He can't do it. Triple cap going the way of Ascend.
Got all 3 in their favor. Cheeky maneuver here from Jimbo. He
so
sneaks
close.
up, almost grabs it, but misses out on his ones, and he dies because of it. Here's the adjustment as well. We see Shady swoops in towards lower middle. That's active camo in his back pocket. Big nades though, huge play from Na'Vi. They will be able to connect onto him, take him out of commission. Sika actually wins out on his 1v1 there as well. Alive for a few seconds before Kimbo and 2Foxy find a killer piece to get back into it. And now they're coming for the triple cap, gunning for it. They fall on B, but they get C. So they do have the edge. They just need to hold it and cut off these rotates. Ascend, staggered respawns here. 2 alive at the minute, Davey.
And only 2 alive, but they're still going for that A cap, not able to get it. And in fact, Na'Vi with the kills on B, they're going straight for this triple cap yet again. Shady not able to find anything there. He has the player right in front of him, not able to connect. Ooh, and we see Sika not able to connect on those either. And now triple cap comes in for Na'Vi, and like you were saying, staggered respawn. Snipetro goes down, Legend goes down as well at the hands of it. He has to be massive here. He has to come up huge. He has done so far in this event. Sika needs to sit on this point and frag out. Cannot find the kills. Player on C drops as well. And Na'Vi is racking up the points with this triple cap.
Ooh, nice move, some snipe drone, gets his head down and stays alive to secure the cap onto C, but they're straight back in, battling for it, scrapping Davey. They're windmilling more than a drunk man at Weatherspoons after a night out, and Legend, he's punch drunk right now, hitting all his shots. Perfect frag there, as he will land every BR burst to shut that man down, and it's gone from Na'Vi dominance to ascending the whole way to have a triple cap again, finally. Na'Vi put up a bit of a fight. They retake B. They've got good angles as well, but there is a flank developing. There's a chance here. If Snipe Drone finds a pick, maybe they could open it up. Issue is, he'll be buckled. They've got to dive out now. 2Foxy knows he's being flanked. Shady will win that one, and he's going to get the triple cap for Ascend.
Yeah, he is. He's got full control of this. There's nobody here to stop him. So Ascend now going to extend their lead for at least the next few seconds. They're going to get to hold on to this triple cap, as we can see Legend fighting for his life over here, trying to become a legend in the 1 versus 2. Gets the first. Snipe Drone there to help him. Finds the second kill onto Jimbo as well. Sika getting it. Can they get this C cap? He actually got off the point. He thought he got it. He got off the point, so they didn't actually even get C. Huge misplay there from 2Foxy.
And this could come back to hurt them massively. This triple cap giving you so many points so rapidly. They're finding kills as well and not dying. That's the big point. The respawns for Na'Vi going to be staggered. Only 1 alive. It's 2Foxy. We're on his POV here towards C. He gets spotted just as his teammates come up. So again, another 10 seconds of downtime where Na'Vi can't try and get into the game. It'll have to be a very hard fought fight towards the A site for Kimbo. Good adjustment. Lovely frag. This is what you need to see, Davey. They get 1, but they have to cap now, and they cannot afford to lose a single point throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah, absolutely essential. Like you said, the score is now 241. Oh, they drop in. They deny it. Ascend denies that cap. Legend goes in hard, gets the beat down, denies the cap on B, and now players dropping left and right. Are they going to be able to deny this one? Respectful and 2Foxy getting the frags, staying on that site, and able to control B. But now, Jack, only 5 more points is what Ascend need.
Na'Vi have to have a flawless game from this point forward. In the back line, it's Legend trying to make his move. Will get caught out, taken down because of it. Na'Vi gunning for a triple cap as well, extending out towards C. A missed shock rifle burst. It's a bit of a struggle. Does recover to at least get the hand down, but he doesn't hit him. Snipe Drone will fall. Legend gets a trade back. They're going to take 1 flag. All they need is 2 for a couple of seconds here to pick this one up. Legend on the site. Will he be a pair of idolized, or will he be idolized for that play? Falls when matters most, Davey, but there's someone else there to pick up the pieces. That's Sika. If he can just stay tucked in, get this second cap, they will have a chance. B's being taken back by Na'Vi though. By the skin of their teeth, they're staying in the game, but that is the change. Shady gets the nade off, kills Kimbo, denies the cap, and does take the game 250 to 162.
Yeah, Ascend, there was some moments there in the mid game where it looked like Na'Vi was going to be able to really take this one down to the wire. You could see the slaying coming out was absolutely huge. Lots of multi-frags, good rotations from Na'Vi as well, you have to say. But at the end of the day, the class of Ascend is showing. Yet again, they win out on the trades when they matter most. They get into the perfect positions to make sure they maximize the amount of points they can get from every single situation.
School is in session, and Ascend are teaching you a lesson about aggressive, individual Halo with the way they've been playing throughout this whole tournament. And again, you think of how quickly they started to rack up points. There was a great response from Na'Vi in the mid game. 2Foxy gave them such an edge into some of this matchup. In the end, they bring it back and they shut it down. It's those triple caps, Davey. They pull them off so frequently. It's so hard to get into the game if you're going up against a team that can just triple cap religiously.
Yeah, absolutely. They were just so good at it. Like I said, they get into those positions where they know that when one of their players dies on the far side of the map, someone's going to be able to go and apply pressure to those other strongholds. You know, it's not necessarily about capping them every single time. It's just about being able to put that pressure and force Na'Vi to move, right? They're forcing them to come and react to what Ascend is doing. And then you force gunfights. And if you're confident in your ability and you back yourself to win them, that's exactly what you want to be doing. And Ascend plays to their strengths perfectly.
Absolutely. Big plays from 2Foxy and Respectful, though. They had some huge frags individually. Issue is the team play there from Ascend just constantly battering down on you again and again, just being bombarded by them. It's so hard to get into the game. That is the way the first map will go. Bear in mind, this is a best of 5. It's our grand final. These are our 2 top teams that made it from either end of the bracket. You know, we started yesterday with 16 teams. There's a reason why we have Na'Vi and Ascend here. There's got to be a fighting chance for them. It just depends what they can put up on the plate on map 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that Na'Vi can contest, they can put up the fight, but we also saw Ascend have a very clean Strongholds victory on this map earlier. Not very clean, I shouldn't say that, but you could see that they were very comfortable on the map. Obviously, Quadrant put up a really good fight against them, but now Na'Vi has to do a very similar thing.
Here's the different factor. We've seen a lot of live fire tonight, but we haven't seen a single game of live fire Slayer. And that's what we have in store here. Ascend was so hot when they came out on Slayer back on Streets in the semi-final versus Quadrant. Issue is there though, Dave. It went down to the wire. That was a 50-48 game. Maybe, just maybe, Na'Vi can push it over the edge and open it up with a big one. Nice super slide to open things up for 2Foxy here. Goes aggro, and he's looking for that frag. Rigging around the rosies. Who's going to fall down? It'll be 2 frags picked up for 2Foxy as he slays both Seeker and Shady.
Snipe Drone returned to the favor as well. Got 3 of his own. Now trying to find this kill underground, but no, he goes down. Not able to connect that one. So instead, now it's given Ascend a very slightly... No, actually, they're all tied up now. Na'Vi dropping 2 players in quick succession, and Shady trying to frag out. Legend gets 1, but that is traded out by Jimbo. Shady wasn't able to find it, and now Snipe is up, and it's in the hands of 2Foxy. Finds a tag, tries to switch out, lands the shot onto Sika. So unbelievably nice. That quick switch and the bang headshot from that range. The snipes, we haven't seen them have a ton of impact so far, but right now, he's gonna try to, as no, cannot connect the shot. Ascend collapses on him, and if they can find this one, it's 1 for 0. Jimbo's able to get 1 back instead. Shady with the second. Shady looking for his 3rd. Can he find it? No, he just about gets away, but the kills are all evens.
Oh man. Snipe Drone will fall, keeping the game tight, 9-8. Awkward encounter here though, where Shady and Legend can double up. They take down the low players and they keep on moving. They spot the back of Jimbo as well. Bullet to the back of the head there as his cranium will come off his body. Bit of an awkward one up towards top tower as well as Respectful falls. And now you can see the real flavor of Ascend, right? They're getting into the game. Frag after frag, staggering the respawns and leaving Na'Vi in a rough spot. 4 kills down.
Yeah, very much so, and now they're trying to get something back, but Legend and Sika are just popping off. Every time Na'Vi tries to take one of these gunfights, they're losing it up until Kimbo drops in from above, gets 1 back finally for the side of Na'Vi. So you see a 4-kill lead for Ascend, active camo being brought into this one. Ooh, nades falling all around him though, has to try to get away and get this reset.
Trying his best. Did burn the camo and does actually keep it on his person as well. Look at the peak, Shady. Oh, he's the world's quickest man, Davey. He's on a toboggan as he comes swinging around the angle, bails out his teammates and helps them take him down. Now with a huge lead established as well, 7 frags ahead, make that 8 as Shady takes down 2 Foxy. He's on the hunt. He really is the reverse Santa Claus, going up the chimney this time, ready with a heat wave as well. There is a response. Drop down. AR in the hands of Respectful. Punches him in the head. And we'll trade back.
Yeah, 1 for 1 there. So important for Na'Vi to make sure they don't let this lead get too out of hand. Ascend is playing very well. Now it's sort of cooled down, right? And both teams, they have sort of their control of their half the map. They don't want to do anything crazy. Snipe shot misses. Does connect on the second. Legend finds it, actually. Shady not able to connect with the snipe, looking for another one and still not able to find anything. These snipers, again, just not having a lot of impact in these games.
Should be able to be recovered here by Na'Vi. Jimbo's been seen dangerously low. He's got to drop his way back down. Legend and Shady pick up a killer piece as well and keep the lead that they've got slowly burning in the background. Legend wins out in the 1v1 against Kimbo. The Na'Vi boys have all respawned together as well. 3 of them grouped up towards base. Aggressive entry. Respectful with a flick onto Shady takes him down, but they clean up on the sides. They've gone in and mopped up Na'Vi like a spilt drink.
Na'Vi just doesn't have any answer to what's going on. Also, an active camo was grabbed over here. And ooh, and there's the snipe trying to find something. They're looking for this fight at range. No one really able to find anything. Some damage being traded. Jimbo does eventually get one onto Legend. Here's the active camo. It comes out. That's Shady with it on the flank, and no Respectful finds him, and they trade out. Again, that active camo only being able to find a 1 for 1.
Oh, Seeker as well. The heat wave round the corner, bouncing bullets, and banging heads off walls to give them a bit more of a lead here. He's walking out, sees 2, realizes he's come unstuck. Good play from Jimbo. Used the repulsor to knock Snipe Drone back into the wall so Respectful could at least go for the 1 for 1 trade there. They're not that far out of this game as well. Couple of clean kills. They could get back into it if they can stagger the respawn. Shady, out of dodge, out of position. He's going to be found. Brilliant adjustment there as well from Na'Vi as they pick up another pick. Issue is, it falls back into the same old story. Ascend with an advantage in the battle of attrition, holding their angles, peeking together, never going for the 1 for 1s. Legend on the side, hits the shot onto Kimbo, sees another man coming. Respectful needs to win this one. He'll do just that. Jimbo picks up a kill as well. Respectful going in for seconds. He's a greedy boy and he gets it.
Yeah, he does find that one very aggressive, and he knows that they need to make plays, right? They're down by 5. They have to go forward. They have to go aggressive. They can't just sit back. They need to take the fight to Ascend, and they are. This lead cut down to just 3 as Na'Vi fighting back here towards the end of this Slayer, and they're going to find Sika. Can they get it? Active camo, not up for 20 seconds. They are trying to fight for control of it. A Shady gets 1, but Sika goes down. So trade is found. The flank, big flank, going to be able to find that one. Shady and Snipe Drone with 1 apiece. That does extend their lead back up to 5. Only 6 more kills is what Ascend needs to make this a 2-0 in this grand final.
And those kills are rapidly being picked up. They're going to wait for the snipe to spawn as well. And this is where that sniper could be the good night right hook from Ascend on the second map here in our grand final. As Na'Vi reeling to get back into this one. One more death and that'll be them meeting their makers here on Slayer Live Fire. Jimbo's the last to go down as he'll buckle under the pressure. 10 frags ahead. They win the game 50-40 on the second map in the series, Davey. 1 away from another 3-0 and 1 away from winning the whole Halo Chamber EU Open here.
And yet again, you gotta point out the performances of Legend in that Slayer, finishing on 18 kills for his team. That's all. I think that is a third of his team's kills in that Slayer was on his. So that is just unreal. Amazing play. And now they are up 2-0, and this Ascend team has looked dominant throughout this entire event. You see right here in the early game, 2Foxy getting control of that active camo area, was able to get the multi-frags out, and Na'Vi very close in the early game. But once Ascend got into the right positions, once they got pushed up and were able to play around those objectives, Jack, yet again, Ascend were just too much to deal with. They were too strong.
It's crazy as well, mate. I thought they had banned fox hunting, but apparently not. Too Foxy had a great start. You know, it was the quickest I'd ever seen a fox on the sticks. But the longer the game went on, Ascend were just targeting him, targeting the rest of the team, and just bullying them into some of these fights. This was a really nice play from Respectful, though. I mean, fair play. The fact he got both of those kills with a heat wave and stayed alive, really, really smart.
Well, and that kill from Shady right there was so important because the game was only 3 kills apart at that time. He gets that kill and gets control of the entire underground area, so they don't have to worry about the flanks. They know that there's going to be respawning. They just have to sit there and wait and lock down that part of the map, and that's exactly what they did because Na'Vi has to come to them, right? They don't have to do anything at that point. They're up kills. They can wait this one out, so by holding control of that whole area, when Na'Vi respawns, they have to run into them, and that's when Ascend just fragged out. I think it ended up being 50-40, but at one point it was 42-39. It was still very close.
It was a super tight game. Na'Vi, you know, at no point did they look disheartened. They kept up and they matched the pace. Here's the issue though, Davey. We've seen CTF being a strong suit for Ascend throughout this tournament. They've had some ridiculously quick games, and now we go into Aquarius. Capture the flag. What could very well be the end of the tournament here unless Na'Vi begin their reverse sweep. Have they got anything up their pockets? Anything we haven't seen? If so, it needs to be on display now.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for them, especially on Capture the Flag. Like you said, Ascend so strong in this game mode. They've seen earlier in the event, they've been absolutely able to just farm the people that they come up against. Even in that semifinal, we saw a very strong performance. Again, Quadrant did put up a good fight, but it just wasn't enough. This team is just so strong on these. Between the slaying ability and the team play, they're just absolutely unreal.
Oh yeah, they really are. Individual animals of Halo versus the slightly more structured side of Na'Vi, a structure that Wonderboy said himself they're trying to move away from. They're trying to crack that code that Ascend have had such success with since the birth of Infinite only a few months ago. Here we are then. We're in to capture the flag already. We find a 1-for-1. 2 Foxy trying to make plays. It will be Jimbo that trades against Sika. Oh, snipe drone! He's a flying fish, Davey!
Yeah, and he drops down and drops that flying fist upon his head and just completely takes him out of the server. Beats him straight into oblivion, just straight down through the floor. No more existence for you. As he finds another kill with the BR now, and they're pushing forward. Jimbo does get the one onto Shady. Absolutely crucial to get control of that area. Snipe drone, they trade in it, back-to-back trade across the map. So 2 players down from each team. Nobody pushing up towards the flags just yet, as he's not going to be able to find that one onto Legend. Still continuing his streak. Still being able to put up big numbers as Sika and Snipe drone lead for their team right now with 3 kills apiece. Jimbo 4-2 over on Na'Vi, and this active camo for Kimbo going to be so huge. We haven't been able to see anybody really take advantage of these active camos yet.
No, it was good team talk though from Na'Vi. They calmed that it was down. We saw Kimbo straight in to grab it off the ground and try and put it to use. Issue is, with the way this game's going, the kills are the important factor. They're starting to fall back in favor of Ascend. We are down to 2 dead on either side, and Na'Vi could actually get an opening opportunity to strike here. Another 1-for-1 trade was Respectful, the respectful lad he is, does at least let them find the pick as well, and they are going to grab that flag, start moving it back towards their base now. Jimbo, he's carrying it. Nice use of the super sprint as well there with the slide, as he will be able to get it all the way back towards their closet, Davey. It's in a good position. Also now switching over to 2 Foxy's POV. He has the sidearm. Will he be able to do something with that side kick? Looks like he is looking for it. Dynamos are up as well. These could be a real nuisance maker if he can use them efficiently. He does throw them out, and you can see the damage done because of it. Jimbo swoops in, grabs the flag, and they should get their first cap here.
Oh yeah, they should be able to recover. Got a little bit dicey there at the end. Shady does find one onto Kimbo, but it's still, that is the first cap of the game going the way of Na'Vi. Probably would have expected Ascend. Obviously, we talked about how good they are and capture the flag. But Na'Vi's the one who actually starts us off here and puts the pressure on the team that's up 2-0, the would-be champions. Na'Vi is putting all the pressure on them early as Shady wins out on a gunfight, but Kimbo is right there to trade that out. So now Ascend lost all 4 players. Active camo being used yet again from Kimbo, and he needs to try to find a good position to get multiple kills here.
Talking of multi-kills, Respectful, he's on the sideline slowing down the push, and in the meantime, that flag had made its whole migration from their base to Na'Vi's base. A second flag picked up, and a 2-0 lead already here on a map that Na'Vi need to win. Lose this, you're out of the tournament. Win it, and you still have a fighting chance. Look at the play as well. Trigger discipline there on display from Kimbo. Was hoping that he could get away with something cheeky. He is spotted out and will fall from it to Ascend. Back to being 4 alive, and finally now, they're the aggressors. They're pushing into Na'Vi's base and looking to snatch away that flag if they can find an opportunity. Shady doing something cheeky here. Will be able to push back. Sees Snipe Drone and knows exactly what Na'Vi are up to. They turn tail and come back towards him. Dynamos are going to be grabbed as well. A single Dynamo could end him, but instead it will just be the nade on his noggin. Snipe Drone! Oh, mate, he really is Superman.
It really is, and their flag was taken during that time as well, so he needs to push forward right now and keep pressure on it there. The flag was returned. They need to try to get this one. They have to answer back soon, or the Na'Vi could potentially run away with this. Already a 2-0 lead. Ascend needs to go forward, but they couldn't even do it, Jack. They couldn't pull it off. Na'Vi held it down.
Na'Vi have got this on lock, and that's exactly what you need. You can see the Na'Vi boys starting to get gassed up, starting to be hyped. Good play as well as 2Foxy again. Charges out, hits a clutch shot, and leaves Ascend 2 dead. In a bit of a rough spot here, down towards middle. Snipe Drone's going to get swung on. Kimbo hits him with a Kimbo slice and chops him absolutely in half. And this is not a delight for Ascend right now. They're struggling to get into the game, and it's getting worse with every passing second. Again, they've been able to pick up the flag, and they should be able to make some moves here. Actually, no. The trade back, a good heavy hit. Jimbo just playing defense right now, holding strong. He's in the back line towards base, waiting for a prime opportunity to attack.
Yeah, they now grab the flag, they toss it forward, but for whatever reason, Ascend, they just don't seem to be taking the fight to Na'Vi. They're losing out on the slaying battle brutally. Na'Vi is just farming across the board. Look at 14 and 8 for Jimbo, 13 for Respectful. You look over at the side of Ascend, nobody is winning out on their fights, and that's a 3-0 lead, Jack. Ascend very much on the back foot in this map 3 of the final.
They're on the back heel. They're on their backs like a turtle, mate. No way for them to get up at this point. They're rolling side to side. And Na'Vi, they're the ones that are absolutely alive in our grand final. They've woken up on the 3rd map, and they are not pulling any punches. Trying to keep themselves alive and kicking as well, as they're taking a ton of damage. Flag will finally be picked up. One of the few times it's been taken out of the base of Na'Vi. Response is crisp, though. They jump straight on it after finding the trade, and it seems like they should be able to get the reset off.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely get sent straight back to their spawn. And a 3-0 lead for Na'Vi here. This has been a super good performance. And now, again, this fight is coming out. He's trying to just stay alive, but Snipe Drone actually just goes down. Not able to find even a single kill. Oh, what a shot. Na'Vi can do no wrong in this game, Jack. They are hitting every single shot, winning every single trade, playing so unbelievably well. Their Snipe Drone, finally, it feels like, getting something back for the side of Ascend, but he gets immediately taken out and active camo used yet again.
Another time that we've seen Ascend stealing active from spawn, and Na'Vi being the team to actually get the use out of it. Crazy how much it's gone in their favor. Got the flag again as well. Gunning for that 4th cap as it will be on the move. Back round towards Closet. The heat wave in the hands of Snipe Drone for not for long, as he's going to be way too cold. The hold there does go down. Flag cap should be coming up as well. Swift moves as he gets it back. And that's the 4th cap for Na'Vi. Gunning for the full 5 on this one.
And it looks like they might be able to. We've seen nothing from Ascend to tell us that they're going to be able to fight back on this one. We've seen no kills going their way. Sika's the only one who's close, really, at 14 and 15. Pretty much everyone else is losing out on their fights. Snipe Drone now pushing forward, does get the second. Not quite, actually. I thought he was going to be able to get that one, but doesn't. And in fact, Kimbo takes him out. So just in a moment when I thought Snipe Drone might be able to get the multi-frag, Kimbo is there to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Sika's going to fall as well, as he tried to make his play. And now you can see Ascend. They are playing that individual style, but the issue is they're just not working together. The respawns are way too staggered, so no one's up to help. Good moves as well. Look at the adjustment there from Kimbo. That was brilliant movement on display. Works with his teammate as well, so Jimbo can come in to finally get that shot off, and he's still alive and kicking. All they need is one cap or to just burn the clock down here. Ascend, they have to make every play flawless. Another trade as 2Foxy will be able to push up. Lands the uppercut. Oh, the 1v1 as well. Still going in favor of Na'Vi. The only one that's hitting his shots is Sika, but he's last alive, and now he's finally flat on his face.
Yeah, they're all dead, and then you can see the cover for the flag carrier was so huge there. Just perfect play, and they're bringing this one all the way back, Jack. This might be the end of it right here. Na'Vi in map 3 of this final going absolutely ham and 5-0ing Ascend and capture the flag.
Living up to their name. Absolute huge stuff, mate. You know, Aquarius, CTF, bit of a different style of game mode, right? That individual brilliance, as much as it does help, it's not the only thing you can rely on. You could see there, Na'Vi, really clean comms the whole way through. The way they were adjusting based around the power weapon spawns as well. Every time active was up, you could see it commed across straight away. There wasn't a single opportunity for Ascend to have any kind of edge in their arsenal. Na'Vi just looked really on the ball, and that's the sort of Na'Vi we need to see. You've woken up now in the grand final, win another map, we're back to a 2-2. At that point, it's down to a best of one for £1,500 here in the Halo Chamber EU Open.
Yeah, that's the impressive thing to me, right? It's not just that, you know, they all of a sudden woke up and started shooting back. It's that they were also able to get so many flag captures off. And don't get me wrong, the kills are what allow you to get into the positions to get those captures. So it's great to see them waking up and actually fragging back and fighting up against the guys of Ascend. But to win a 5-0 flag caps against Ascend is a really, really impressive feat.
Absolutely, mate. They came out swinging, like the comms were on point, the shots were landing as well, the gunplay just looked fantastic, but it was also the movement into a couple of those plays. Normally, you think about movement, you're looking at some of these Ascend points. They're really quick. You can see that Halo 5 mentality sort of come out in their gameplay a lot. They like to be swift, they like to be aggressive, they're always trying to catch you off guard. That was what Respectful and 2Foxy were doing into that matchup. They were the ones that were just dodging bullets like they were in Wanted, mate. It was mad.
Yeah, no, they were absolutely unreal, and Ascend really just didn't show up for that one. You could see all the individuals, the 1v1s just weren't being won. Sika had a couple moments where he was able to get 1-for-1 trades, and that was about the best that they could hope for. Nothing else could come out for them. They weren't able to land those shots, and at the end of the day, you do have to get the kills. That's step one in any FPS.
It is indeed. Now then, we move on to our fourth map here in the grand final. This time around, it will be streets again, but a bit of a different flavor. Oddball for this one, David.
Yeah, oddball. I love a little oddball, man. This game mode just feels so fun. And Ascend, remember, in the last series we saw in the semifinals, they actually lost out to Quadrant on oddball. Of course, not on this map. But you could see that, you know, sometimes maybe they struggle with this one. Maybe there's a chance here for Na'Vi. If they pick this one up, then we're going to a map 5 and potentially that big reverse sweep.
It could happen. It would be a hell of a feat. It would be effectively the first time we have seen Ascend be bested with their full roster. And that would be in the grand final of the event as well. It'd be a hell of a storyline for Na'Vi if they can pick it up. We're into the action. Let's see what they can muster up for us already. Rockets have been grabbed. 2Foxy has them in his hands. He'll struggle a little bit, but gets the follow-up rocket off to at least take down one man. But here's the big issue. In that time, David, we saw 2 kills, now 3 kills falling in favor of Ascend. That's basically the clean sweep, and they've got ball control.
Yeah, they do. They have ball control, and they have it in a good spot as well where they can defend it, and they're winning out on all their fights. Ascend not liking how they lost that last game, and they are back, and they are fighting with a vengeance here against Na'Vi. All the early trades going their way, and they're shady again, landing the one headshot onto Jimbo, and he's going for the second. Can he find it? Can. Lots of damage. No, doesn't actually get the kill. Tries to finish him off, but wasn't able to find it. I thought he had gotten that one, Jack, but in the end, he missed it.
Ball taken.
So close, yet so far from success. Seeker's going to be caught in an awkward angle as well as he's back towards PD. He'll be spotted out. Respectful has to drop the ball and try and slay. Will it do exactly that? Hit the one shot with the Bulldog so he could get the melee off. So now the ball is still down, cold on the ground, has to be recovered. The fight towards Cafe, oh, that looked flawless from Snipe Drone. Great play with the nade into the easy burst. Stays alive as well, dancing around the pillar. They are going to be able to keep their numbers up, but the ball is back in the hands of Na'Vi. Moving round towards Arcade. Good trades, though. Jimbo, the only one that's in a position to try and deny it, and he won't. Shady picks up a double, ready for the triple as well, and it will be a trade for him on the final frag.
Yeah, finds that triple, but does get taken out for it, but he will take that any day of the week. Taking out 3 of the 4 members for Na'Vi, giving his team control of that ball. It's back in their hands, and they're slowly building up their lead now. But we saw in that semifinal, Ascend with a 50-point lead wasn't able to close it out. So this, even though obviously they're going to be happy to be in the lead, be in a good position with this ball, they're not going to want to, they can't rest on their laurels here, right? They can't take this for granted. And now he knows he's being surrounded by Na'Vi, so he drops the ball and tries to slay out, at least takes one with him. As Legend does go 1 for 1, but ball control was regained by Na'Vi as we see 2Foxy has the Rockets again.
2Foxy with a spanker. Can he leave a handprint on the Ascend side? Will hit the first. Big tag, and Jimbo helps him out to shut that man down. So again, the numbers for Ascend starting to whittle down. That's a full house. Everyone taken out. Ball control for Na'Vi. There's still 1 rocket left in the chamber as well for 2Foxy. And he can go aggro off the spawns. If he finds this pick, it could have been huge. Smart play at least. Denies the rocket. Fires it out as he goes down so no one can recover it and get the edge from the power weapon. Ball still in the hands of Jimbo as well. He's running back towards Bulldog spawn. Tried to get close towards Tram. That's where his teammates are. Jimbo finally falls. The ball's down. There is a push from Respectful. Nades out. Sicker in the 1v1. Great use of the thruster pack. Dives back and stays alive.
Yeah, pushes him back, gets the hell out of there. Makes sure he secures that kill as well to give Ascend a slight advantage, and they use it to recover that ball. Now that's a huge 1v1 for 2Foxy to win. If he loses that, if he goes down, his team loses all control to potentially retake this ball. But Ascend has still held on to it, and he's making a run for it. Throws that ball down, trying to fight, but he's being surrounded. Sika finds one, is traded out by Respectful. His teammate is here to try to get the trade, but do they know that he's pushed up on the side? It looks like they do. Trade comes out. They both punch each other in the face. They both go down. So ball control not being able to be recovered by either one of these teams, but Ascend still in control of this game with an over 30-point lead. Almost 30-point lead, I should say.
Na'Vi are starting to frag when it matters most, though. Winning out in these pivotal 1v1s, and that's one of them that will certainly be remembered. Great follow-up as well as 2Foxy hits the shot onto Snipe Drone. The rockets were snatched a 3rd time for Na'Vi, and again, they make the 3-peat happen as Respectful wins out on a huge engagement. Grabs the ball again. Time now starting to become quite close. Jimbo, he will have his lips surgically removed by Shady, and they're going to be flanking back around, trying to push up. He has the Stalker Rifle. If he can hit a quick shot, it would soften them up, but he doesn't. Instead, trades out against 2Foxy. Great play with the Plasma as he goes down. Ball still in the hands of Na'Vi. They've got it back towards PD, and they are racking up points on points. High rollers now.
Yeah, and this is what we said, Ascend, they haven't been able to close out these games of Oddball, and now Na'Vi's brought this back so unbelievably close. Shady, with a crucial fight to win, does get the beat down, and they will recover that ball to try to extend their lead, to try to secure this game and close out what they couldn't in that first semifinal. Now, they need to win this one if they want to end it here. If not, we are going to be going to a map 5, so Na'Vi really putting the pressure on, trying to get us to that 5th game. Ascend making sure they don't get reverse swept as the fragging is coming out now, and this is absolutely huge. They've held onto this ball for so long, up above 90. They break the 90 mark. Ball still in their control as well, and with 2 players dead from Na'Vi, I think this first game is going to be going the way of Ascend.
They've got to take the opening round here. Nothing that can be done from Na'Vi. Very hard fought fight. They kept it close the entire time. The rockets were basically their domain. It was theirs every time it came up. They were getting a good majority of damage done with it as well. But the ball is the real hot commodity, and that falls in favor of Ascend. So not only 2 maps up, but 1 round up here as well on championship point. Point man for Respectful, though. Great adjustment on the BR. Gets the opening pick. They're going to swoop in to gain the rockets once more as well. Now fighting towards the ball, and they're playing this perfectly, Davey. The start here has been brilliant for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's a 4 for 1 to start off this game, so they get control of the ball. They're slowly going to build up this lead. They're down now to 10. And the Rockets, like you said, still in their control as well, as Kimbo finds one, looking for a second. Gets taken down very low, but he's escaped. He's backed up, so he's going to keep himself alive, and they still have control of that ball. though. Shady putting up a good fight, but 2Foxy ends Sika's life. Now Shady does get one back before 2Foxy finds his second. So again, Na'Vi now is fully awake in this game, and they have kept control of this ball and won out on all of their trades.
Textbook plays from Na'Vi. Just got to keep it up. They've got to keep punishing. Plays like that will certainly go a long way as well. Legend. Overthrown as Respectful flanks into the back line. Realizes he will be overwhelmed if he keeps pushing, so tries to play it smart. Wants to work with his teammates. Should be able to get the trade back onto Snipe Drone. Does exactly that. Meanwhile, we switch back over to Shady's POV. Up close with the shotty and will unload onto Kimbo. But the ball is still in Na'Vi's control, and Respectful denies the flank as well. They're passing the ball back and forth. Brilliant double kill coming out from Respectful as the Bulldog is biting everyone.
It is, and now they still held control of it. They finally do drop the ball. As Ascend gets 1 point, but with this much time remaining and the lead that they have, Ascend needs to take more initiative here, and they do just that. Shady and Snipe Drone getting one apiece, so for the first time, Ascend has the man advantage, and they've recovered the ball because of it. This isn't an insurmountable lead, but Respectful getting one as well. That's a double kill for the side of Na'Vi, and so ball is dropped. Recovered now by Legend. Ooh, but nade right underneath him, and they collapsed on him, Jack, so they've got it back. Na'Vi with the ball again.
Really good adjustment from Na'Vi. Comes in clutch when it matters most. 2Foxy as well, trying to fight even when his shield's completely broken, and will be hitting those shots, helped out by Kimbo and Jimbo, the dynamic duo that are slaying right now. Ball's going to be picked back up by Kimbo. He'll tuck himself in, knows the push is coming, gets out of dodge with the thruster pack, falls down. The rockets are right there, fires off one, cleans up against Snipe Drone and knocks the ball back further into Tram as well. Luckily, it rolls towards Seeker. He'll pick it up, but he's being swarmed. Has to take it round towards Arcade. That's where all his teammates are. Rolls the ball towards them. What's the play from Na'Vi? How do they find some space on this one? Kimbo creates a bit. He'll win out against Legend and open things up. Drop down from Shady. Lamps in the face to Jimbo and leaves him lifeless. Ready for the push on Kimbo as well. Going for the high score in Arcade and wants to teach him a lesson in Mortal Kombat. Won't be able to. He'll stay alive. Legend's on the flank as well. Just as the shield comes up for Kimbo, he's flanked, goes down. Ball pass back towards PD.
And they still have control of it, but they are dropping bodies. Jimbo gets one, and now he gets immediately taken out. So with 2 players down, Ascend making the push. Now they have control of the ball, and they have control of this as well. So they're going to be able to hold this for just a little while. A little ball pass forward. Going to grab it. As you can see, Na'Vi, they're moving in, and it's going to be all about the players defending the ball here. Are they going to be able to save their teammates? Ascend fighting back, fighting hard. It's 2. Jimbo does get 1 back. Sika trades him out. Great team play from Ascend there, not allowing anyone from Naudus Vincere to get in close enough to take down that ball carrier. Now 2Foxy was the last man remaining, and he's pushed in by himself, so he may go down, and he does. He can't win on the trade against Sika, so they staggered the respawns, Jack, and now his team's going to have trouble pushing.
Kimbo. Oh, huge play on the Stalker rifle. Big frags picked up for him. Moves on up as well. Grabs the rockets. Taking down Sika here. Could put them in a position to actually gain ball control once again. Jimbo will be able to help him out on that front. But Legend flanks up behind. Wins out. Now they're brawling. They're boxing champions on Ascend. Apparently, that's what they're coming at you with. They're playing Street Fighter, not Halo, with the way they're starting to win this game. The rockets are still up. He's got one of them left in the chamber. Tries to hold on to it for as long as he can so it has big impact. Brilliant play from Jimbo. Kimbo with a double as well. Shutting them down now. Legend will flank back around as the ball's dropped. That's Jimbo out of commission. And this is a scrap. They're playing Slayer to decide this oddball game.
They really are, and with the time remaining and Ascend with the lead, they don't need to do anything too crazy. They can just push up and take these fights. As you can see from behind, the shield tries to get it, but Shady with a massive double. Not only the first, but finds the second onto Respectful. Respectful needed to get that trade for his teammate's sake, and now Shady is still going. That's a triple. Pushing for the ace. Can he get the 4th? He can. Shady, one-man army, taking down the entire Naudus Vincere team, and gets a 5th for his trouble as he gets traded out on the melee.
Huge plays. saving the bacon of Ascend here massively as we are into squeaky bum time for these two. 76 seconds racked up on the timer for Ascend. Sicko will finally fall as Na'Vi come out with an exclamation mark. Jimbo from the cafe opening up with a very aggressive play. Issue is towards tires, it'll be an oil change for Kimbo as he's spotted by Shady. Goes back in for more as well. Respectful, forced to trade it. Rockets coming up in 10. They know it's there. They're going to grab the ball, try and get out of dodge. Keeps his head down. Great play from Jimbo.
Unbelievable play from Jimbo, recovering the ball. Now he gets the regen on the shield. They get the kills as well. So Na'Vi, they hadn't got any points for a while. Ascend was firmly in control towards the second half of this game. But now Na'Vi, they have control of the ball. They have the man advantage. They're pushing forward. Oh, and just not able to find the kill. It's actually Kimbo who manages to. Legend takes him down despite the rockets. He's got one shot left, not able to use it. It's taken out by the grenade. And so Na'Vi, they brought it back now, Jack. The scores are almost even, and Ascend is down 2 players. Make that 3. Not going to be easy for them to get into this one, but Na'Vi did have to drop the ball. They now repick it up, 77-76, as it does go down one more time. And Jimbo winning out against Shady. Massive kill for him, but dude, that's 3! Sniper drone getting 2 more kills, and that is absolutely huge. Ascend get control of the area, control of the ball, and the kills go their way before Respectful's able to get one back. And now it's Sika who has to try to get the ball. He can't. 2Foxy finds him, and they are brawling like mad for this ball.
Oh, mate, the ball's dropped. Great play with the thruster pack as well. Shady sliding his way past. Sika as well. Comes out of nowhere. Appears from thin air to find that kill. The 2 points of difference will suddenly disappear for Na'Vi. And it's now again Ascend in the lead. Back towards PD. They're eating nades, but they won't give a damn. All they've got to do is hold on to this for a few more seconds. Jimbo in the 1v1. Tries to get the kill, but 2Foxy aids him. Jimbo finally falls. Bomb's going to be grabbed. Ball rather, as it will be taken back into PD from Kimbo. 2Foxy up close, and aggro wins out on that one. The scoreline nearly tied once again. 1 second of difference, and it goes over to Ascend. If they hold it now, Davey, that'll be the game and the championship in their pocket.
It will, and Na'Vi had 2 players down as well, so he's going to get out of here. There's nobody nearby. They've done it. Ascend denying Na'Vi's reverse sweep, able to pick that one up in the last game of Oddball. Close game, so back and forth, but in the end, they are the champions, Jack. They were able to pull that one off.
A hell of a day here for Ascend. They had a really hard semi-final versus Quadrant. They come into the grand finals. They think it's going to be easy. Na'Vi show up massively on Aquarius. Shook them to their core. Again, another map where Na'Vi looked like they had such a fighting chance. They were causing chaos for them, mate, and took it right to the bitter end. Unfortunately, though, on the day, Ascend walk over them, walk away with the win, and do end the Halo EU Championship here as the winners. They get the money, they get the fame, and again, go undefeated.
Yeah, unbelievable performance from them. This is why they are rated so highly by all the analysts, all the players. These guys are the champions, and deservedly so. We saw another 3-1 when they got 5-0'd and captured the flag. I was a little worried for them, to be honest. I was like, ooh, what if Na'Vi comes back into this one? And Ascend was like, no, no, no. That is the last time we're letting that happen. They pick up the 2-0 here on the last map of Oddball and take the series 3-1. Unbelievable play from them throughout this event. Massive congratulations to the guys of Ascend for getting this huge win, right? You can see they battled back, going down 5-0 in a capture the flag game. That could shake you, right? That could shake you to your core. You thought that you were fragging out. You thought you had this in the bag, and then to get dominated like that and capture the flag may have, you would think on some people that could have shook them. Na'Vi could have been able to come back, but Ascend not going to be shaken by that one.
Absolutely not. They hold strong, do come away as champions. Na'Vi had some huge individual plays though. Some of the step-ups we saw towards the end of that game. Clutch plays from Respectful. Kimbo somehow being such a thorn in their side as well. In positions where he should have gone down, he was so annoying to take out. He would come away with 2 kills somehow, waste time. Smart plays as well. Like we saw here with the Rockets, he was so good at deciding when to use certain bits of his kit, when to use the BR, when to use the Rockets. The mental game looked really good from Na'Vi, but in the end, it's the sheer aggression and dominance that comes out from such an agile squad that Ascend are, and they do win the whole event, Davey. Huge pickup, only dropping 1 map in the grand final.
Yeah, and only one map in the semifinal as well. So absolutely a massive congratulations to them. Deserved champions of this first Halo Chamber EU event. So honestly, well done. Well done to all the teams. Well done to Navi as well. Commiserations for the loss in the final, but they showed they can fight back. That 5-0 capture the flag game was very impressive. You cannot discount them. They are a young team, right? They're going to be able to, work into their new style. Like you had said, they brought in the new coach, trying to work in this new style, and that's a very promising showing for them in this final.
Absolutely, mate. To make it to the grand final and, shake Ascend as well goes to show that the fight is definitely there. Could have been different on another day. And as you said, just takes time with Wonderboy coming in as the coach. We heard from him that he's trying to make some adjustments behind the scenes in terms of the way the game's being played for them, trying to adapt that more looser style, because we saw it helps them massively. Ascend, they were loose, they were aggressive, and it's what they did on nearly every map, and they were just individually so brilliant. Shady had some huge games. Legend clearly is just a legend of the game, isn't he? Absolutely unreal, mate.
Yeah, great performances across the board from the team in Ascend. I mean, Shady had some moments, even in that last game, where he got 5 kills in a row to just completely secure that ball control. Is unreal. I mean, everybody from them absolutely popping off at times. We saw highlight plays across the board from their team. So again, massive congratulations to them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching the event as well throughout today. I hope you enjoyed our incredible playoff stage. We saw some of the best from the top 8 teams here in EU Halo that were able to qualify for this point. In the end, Ascend are our victors. Thank you so much for listening to me, Davey. Of course, Damp on the desk as well for locking down the show, and Lethal and Blank that were your beautiful analysts throughout this whole damn thing. And of course, thank you so much to our production team behind the scenes that made it look and sound so beautiful, and all of the sponsors that made this possible. Without them, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as good an event. Black Hand coming in clutch, Confetti as well for helping us out behind the scenes. There was so much love from our amazing sponsors. We do hope you enjoy the first Halo Chamber EU Open. There will be more, and there will be a lot in store for European Halo going forward. So if you like it, stick around, hit us up on socials at Halo Chamber, and we'll be back with more action another day. For now, we'll see you next time.